Hello, hello. Where's everybody from? This is tradition now. Everybody's got to tell me where they're from down in the chat. Where are you watching from today? Let me know. We're about to get started with another stream. Another Ryan Hall y'all stream here, talking about severe weather, that's going on right now. We also have potentially a major winter storm brewing out there. So we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to, get into, and that's what we're going to get into right now. I mean, we're just going to jump right into it, son. Okay. So once again, this is not going to be like a continuous live coverage like we would do in a major severe weather outbreak or something like that. This is not going to be something that lasts for 10 or 12 hours or whatever. I'm going to be here for a couple hours. We're going to be watching these storms as they go through. And then also right here at the beginning of the video, I am going to go through a forecast. Okay. So if you're watching this after the live video has ended, over the next 10, 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be talking about the models and this upcoming major winter storm. But intermittently, we are going to be zooming in here on these storms down here. Okay. Because everybody in the purple box right now has a tornado watch in effect. A tornado watch is in effect right now for Huntsville, Alabama, Florence, Alabama, Haleyville, Tupelo, Mississippi, Columbus, Mississippi, all the way down to Meridian and Jackson and Yazoo City. Okay, you guys are all under a tornado watch right now as some supercell storms are starting to form and move off to the north and east. We have a lot of convective energy out here. The upper aerodynamics once again are pretty favorable for tornadoes. So we will see what happens. As of right now, nothing is tornadic. We don't have any tornado warnings, but that is what we're dealing with right now at around 6:39 p.m. Eastern time on February 22nd, 2022. So now we're going to leave this on pause here. And we are going to jump into the weather models because, I mean, I know a lot of you guys are wondering about what's going on with the future weather. How many of y'all are wondering? Wait, first, before we do that, we got to check out Vince's stream here. Wow, look at that. He's got a big downburst in front of him. By the way, yeah, we do have two storm chasers. Real quick, before we go into the weather models, we have two storm chasers with us today. We have Reed Timmer and Vince Welty. They're both in Mississippi. It looks like Reed's in Amory and Vince is in Aberdeen. And they are approaching, some of these supercell storms, some of these very strong storms that are, producing severe thunderstorm warnings. And some of them are rotating. Okay, so we're going to keep a very, very close eye on these as we go forward. So if you live in Mississippi today and you're under that tornado watch, we do have two professional storm chasers on the ground keeping an eye on things. Okay, so as soon as there is a tornado, whether it's a warning or an actual tornado on the ground, we are going to know. There's a lot of people involved here, and everything's just going to the information is going to flow right up to me, and then I give it to you. Okay, that's the goal here as we go forward. So, all right, this is what's going on right now. We're going to come back to this here in a second. We're going to look at some of these storms. Right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Rankin County in Mississippi, and then Giles and Lawrence County in Tennessee. Nothing tornadic just yet, but I think that might change as we go later on. So let's now jump into the weather models, shall we? Let's start talking about the future. I know a lot of yous are wondering about it, so let's start talking about it now. Let's go to the weather models. 3, 2, 1. All right, if you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always above my head. This is what the radar should look like in an hour. Okay, we're still going to have these supercell storms. Oops. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me put you back over here on the radar. I don't have my pen. I have to have my red marker. Or my black one. It doesn't matter to me, really, before we can continue on. This is not something I can do without it. Oh, yeah, that's what we wanted right there. That's what we wanted right there. Okay, so here we go into our forecast. This is what the radar should look like around 7 p.m.
Heading towards Intelligence. You can see all the cyclonic curvature to all the reflexivity elements. A lot of streamlines, vorticity currents all streaming in toward that mesocyclone. So I'm going to head towards Sulligent. Got a north option, east option there. Could head up toward Hamilton, but I think that is the target storm, moving into that environment of 2 to 300, 0 to 1, and it's turning hard right.
Okay. All right. So Reed thinks that he's got a nadir. He thinks that we've got a nadir coming near Sulligent. Once again, Reed's exact location is near Amory, Mississippi. I'm looking for the exact storm that he's talking about just so I can show you what that looks like before. I promise you we're going to get into the forecast here because I want to do this. I really want to do this before we start, getting into, all the warnings and stuff, because I do think they're going to start coming out. So he's talking about these storms back here that are east of Jackson, all right, that are moving off to the east towards places like Sulligent, okay? So everybody over here, if you are in this general vicinity, you have gotten to be ready for a potential, tornado. Okay, you are under a tornado watch. You have some strong storms heading your way, and we have storm chasers out here looking at this. So, if these start to pop off, and they likely will, because remember, these are really close to the northern side. The further north we go today, the more tornado juice we have. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this, and our storm chasers will as well. Make sure you're ready to take shelter though when that warning comes through. Okay. All right, real quick, let's go back into the weather models and let's start talking about the forecast. Today around 7 p.m., this is what the radar is going to look like. Supercells in Mississippi, and then a line of strong to severe thunderstorms moving through Mississippi and Tennessee as well. Okay, so that's I'm actually going to zoom in on the east here just so you can see that a little bit better. Straight line damaging winds are possible during this time. Also, that's going to extend into eastern Tennessee, northwestern Alabama, and a lot of central Mississippi is going to have a training event where these storms go over you over and over again. Maybe flooding could be a problem. So keep that in mind as we go all the way into 11 p.m. tonight. We still have that severe weather risk. So tornado risk goes down at 11, but the severe weather risk and the flash flooding risk actually stays about the same or goes up. So keep that in mind, okay? And then, of course, we're going to see that really die out before it does anything in Georgia or anything over there to the east. This is pretty much going to be done with after 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning there. So that's what we're looking at, okay? We're mainly concerned about these little, potential supercells that are popping up. But when those get absorbed by the main line, probably around 11 o'clock tonight, maybe closer to midnight, the tornado threat will pretty much be over, and it'll just be a straight line damaging wind threat for you guys. And then that's just going to lead to some general garden variety showers over here on the East Coast after that. Now, let's come over here to the central U.S. What's going on over here? This is Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022 at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, we do have a lot of sleet and freezing rain breaking out in Oklahoma, portions of Arkansas, and Texas. All right, that's what it looks like at 1 p.m. Let's go all the way out there to 8 p.m. So the entire day, a lot of Texas and Arkansas and Oklahoma will be seeing frozen precipitation, whether it falls in sleet or freezing rain or whatever. It is going to lead to significant travel problems, I believe, down here. And also, it depends on the exact amount of freezing rain you get, but we could also be talking about an actual ice storm with power outages too, because this is going to be a prolonged event, man. Look, we're all the way out on 3 a.m. on Thursday. We're still talking about heavy freezing rain for a lot of Texas and Oklahoma, portions of Arkansas. Now it's over here in Missouri, western Kentucky, and portions of western Tennessee. This is going to be heavy ice, guys. This is going to be freezing rain. The warm nose is really prominent. The cold air on the surface is actually a lot colder than some of the other ice storms we've talked about this year. And also, it looks like the rain, for the most part, is not going to be as heavy, okay? So we talked about last time how sometimes the heavy rain will actually decrease the amount of ice that's allowed to form, right? Imagine going outside, it's 20 degrees out there, and you take a fire hose and you try to, make ice pile up by dumping the fire hose on the ground. It doesn't work as quickly as kind of misting it, right? If you add just lightly falling water, it's more water that doesn't move as much is easier to freeze, okay? And then heavy rain makes the water move around a lot. So this rain looks like it's going to be light, which tells me that we might be dealing with a more significant situation here as far as an ice storm goes, especially in Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. Now, if we push this forward even more, we're going to continue to see ice and freezing rain fall over there from Texas into Kentucky now. Okay, some places like Louisville, Lexington, you guys could be seeing some freezing rain at 7 a.m. on Thursday. And then let's go even further. Look at this. We're still around Sherman, Texas, 1 p.m. on Thursday. We're still talking about the freezing rain. Southern Missouri still getting it. Southern Illinois, Indiana now. And, of course, we should probably zoom out and look at the whole east here as that does move out of Texas. And now we're talking about heavy freezing rain accumulating on surfaces and power lines, causing potential power outages and stuff like that. Down tree limbs and stuff from, once again, Southern Illinois into Indiana and Ohio by Thursday, February 24 at 4 p.m. Also, we're starting to see some of that mix pop up over here in the mid-Atlantic regions in northern Virginia, even portions of Maryland and Delaware, South Jersey, southeastern Pennsylvania. You guys are getting in on some of that sleet as that warm nose does propagate off to the north and to the east. And look at this, very prolific freezing precipitation here in Ohio. Once again, I know that's a place that's been hit hard by ice storms over the past little bit. And it looks like we're going to have another one as we go forward, okay? And here we are all the way out on Friday, February 25 at 1 a.m. And we are still talking about ice in Ohio, and it's getting a little bit heavier in Pennsylvania now. Now, on the northern side, we're talking about heavy snow, okay? So if I scroll back just a little bit, there's going to be some light snow that breaks out in Kansas, but it really starts to become moderate to heavy over here in Iowa, Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota, and then into Michigan and northern portions of Indiana. This is where some of the heaviest, accumulating snows will start to fall, and then it gets really heavy right here as it gets into northern Ohio. It looks like Toronto is probably going to get some heavy snow. And then we've got an all-out big-time major winter storm with heavy snow in New York, in Connecticut, Rhode Island, up into New England by 1 a.m. on Friday. Now, in order to go further into the future, which is what we're going to do right now, we have to lower our resolution a little bit. But now we can go, look at this. All the way into 7 a.m. on Friday. We still got heavy snow up here in New England, upstate New York, Toronto. You guys are dealing with it all the way into the Bay Area. And also, look at this. Still talking about freezing rain and ice through a lot of Pennsylvania, and then lots of sleet, okay? We could be talking about a sleet storm for northern Jersey, North Jersey, and into the Albany area of New York. And then, that's going to continue to skedaddle. That warm nose, this thing right here, is going to try to advect a little bit further north right before the end of the storm there and bring some sleet into Massachusetts. But I do believe this will be a mostly snow event for you. But really, everybody north of the Massachusetts line there is going to get whopping of snow from this, I do believe, as we pull this all the way out. This is out of our hair by Saturday, February 26th at 1 a.m. And what about them snow totals? All right, I'll tell you right after this drink of water. Stay hydrated, folks. It's not like... on this channel, it's not right after these messages. It's right after this gallon water chug. Anyways, let's look at them snow totals, all right? I'm going to zoom all the way out so everybody can see everything. Boom. Okay, so snow totals. Once again, very light back here on the northwestern side. We are going to have snow from Texas and Oklahoma all the way into Kansas, Missouri, and Illinois. But for the most part, it's going to be light in nature until it gets up there into Michigan. Okay, that's where we could talk about potentially some 2 to 4, maybe 5 or 6 inches of snow here and there is going to be possible. But the real heavy snow is going to be happening up here in the Northeast. How many New Englanders do we have in here right now? Raise your hand in the chat, okay? I don't know if a lot of people are talking about this yet or not, but I'm locking it in, son. I think we're going to have a pretty decent snowstorm up here north of Massachusetts. Now, don't get me wrong, it still has the chance of shifting south a little bit, which is something that we're going to talk about the possibility of right here in a minute. But for the most part, if you're in Vermont and New Hampshire, you can expect 8, 9, 10, maybe even all the way up to a foot of snow. Southern Maine, same thing. And then a lot of upstate New York back here east of Buffalo, you are in for a pretty good amount of snow. All right, so okay, I was just checking on our storm chasers, seeing where they are. Give me just a second. Okay, guys, if you're seeing anything interesting on their feeds, let me know. Pass that on to me. That way I know to stop doing this and go to them, because they're getting pretty close to that Sulligent storm. Anyways, okay, so we got a lot of New Englanders in here. Okay, awesome. Appreciate you guys. Cardin Lee, thank you for the big $9.99. This is a good chance for you guys to go ahead and share the stream and like it if you haven't already. That puts us in the algorithm and, gets us out to people who maybe they don't watch the news, okay? Maybe they need this weather information, and YouTube's just the best way to get it. Go ahead and share this and all that good stuff. The more the merrier is what I say. So there's your projected snowfall totals there up there in, portions of New England. That's just one model. We do have, if we come back out here to the whole U.S. again, we do have some heavy snow back out here in the Rockies over towards the plateaus as well, mainly in the higher elevations. But let's take a look at some of the other model outputs, okay? Euro model is a little bit different. Okay? I don't know if I should zoom in on that or not. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I zoom in on that? What we're seeing there is a potential second storm that could come into the New England area right after this one. But for the first one, we are talking about pretty much the same thing that we were talking about on the GFS, but a little bit further south, okay? A little bit further south. So this actually puts the entire state of Massachusetts under a good thumping of snow, over 10 inches. Also, that puts you, in Connecticut and Rhode Island with more snow, North Jersey with more snow. And then look, even this axis of snow over here is looking a little bit more, good on the Euro, which honestly, I like this solution better than the GFS right now. So if I was making a forecast, it would be based off of this. So now you're wondering, okay, Ryan, we know what you like about the snow, but there's a ton of us who are really worried about this freezing rain. Okay. So what does the Euro say about the freezing rain? And it is not good news. It is not good news, guys. Let me zoom in here to the south central U.S. Bada bing, bada. There you go. This is, once again, this is a little bit different than the GFS. This is not an official forecast by any means, but I kind of like this trajectory. I kind of like this path a little bit more. I keep saying the GFS. We haven't even looked at it. We've been looking at the NAM. You know what I mean. This is, painting a very bad picture for Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southern Missouri especially. Okay? All of these places... you need to be taking your precautions right now to thinking about, okay, if I get a half an inch of ice, what does that mean for me? And more than likely what that means is, there's going to be intermittent power outages that could last up to 1 day. There's going to be, big time travel problems. Tree limbs can fall down if you got anything around your house that you need to worry about, or like falling on the house. Start thinking about that. Now, also, there's a couple places within this area that could see over a half an inch of ice. And then we're talking about a detrimental situation with possibly widespread bad damage, okay? And long-term power outages lasting more than a day or two. And that's possible. It's possible, okay? It's not, this is the higher end. This is the high ceiling. This is the worst case scenario. But even when you cut these totals in half, okay, let's say we only get a half an inch widespread out here, that is going to cause big problems. Just ask our friends over here in Memphis who had to deal with this not too long ago. Zooming over to the East Coast. This is also very unfortunate for Ohio, into portions of Maryland, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania, and of course even into New York City and New Jersey, as this is painting, possibly more than a 1/4 inch of ice for most of you, with some places getting over a 1/2 inch of ice, or maybe even more than 3/4 of an inch of ice. That's what the Euro is showing. That's a European model. This is the one that I favor right now. This is the one that I like. This is the one, once again, that I'm looking at the hardest, if that means anything to you. Now, what about the National Weather Service? What are they saying as far as the ice accumulation goes? Now, this only goes out so far, so we're not going to be able to look all the way out here to really see what the dedicated forecast is for that, but we can zoom in on the central U.S. again and kind of look at this, okay? Right after that chug of water. Talking makes you thirsty, man. Okay. Hey, David, thank you for becoming a high-risk member, dude. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Okay. Big time. Area of ice possible here. This is a conservative forecast. So what I just showed you was kind of like the high end, the worst case scenario. This is going to be kind of like a middle of the road. Okay, it could be a little bit more than this, could be a little bit less, but more than likely it's going to be right here in the middle somewhere. And we're talking about a glaze to a 1/4 of an inch of ice through a lot of Oklahoma and Texas. That's going to cause some problems, okay? That's going to cause some very isolated, localized power outages. That's going to cause some potentially, other problems that we have to deal with as far as like travel goes. But then once you start getting into the darker pinks, okay, in Oklahoma, Arkansas, into Missouri, and especially in northern Arkansas, that's where we start to actually worry about the potential for some significant accumulating ice. Okay, so right now target area is from Oklahoma into southern Missouri, with an emphasis on northern Arkansas. So make sure you're gassing up the generator. It is milk and bread time. It is milk and bread time. I'm ringing the milk and bread alert right now. If you are in northern Arkansas specifically, it is time for you to prepare for a potential ice storm that could knock out power and all that bad stuff. All right, RIML, thank you so much for becoming a member. Let's skedaddle over to the east. And now I think that this is going to be extended a little bit. I do think that there's a pretty good chance that we're going to see some accumulating ice in Ohio as well. However, I don't think it's going to be as significant as some of the areas to your east and to your west, okay? And then, of course, I do think that this is going to be increased a little bit as that, as we get closer to the event. Remember, this is a long event, y'all, okay? This is a long event. That is taking place over several days, so it'll be a while before we're finalizing the milk and bread alerts for you guys in Pennsylvania. But I think it's coming. I think it's coming. I really do. Let's see here. Obi-Wan, thank you for being a member for 3 months. He says, from San Antonio, how's the weather over there? Is it a little bit cold today compared to normal? I don't know if that boundary got to you or not, honestly. Okay, so that's the ice and the snow from this next storm off of these two models. Now, there is one more model, the GFS. Now, the GFS is kind of, I kind of don't like it on this storm. It just seems to me like it's being a little bit too aggressive with a lot of the precipitation amounts. But the placement, I do like the placement, okay? Remember, if you're in the light pink, anywhere over here, you do have the potential over the next several days to see potential, isolated brief power outages and some, intermittent, travel problems from this ice. Now, if you get into the darker pinks, now we're talking about, more serious stuff. So I like the placement, but man, we're talking about, according to this model, up to 2 inches of ice in Arkansas. And I don't think that that's what we're going to see here. At least I hope not, because that would be, not only would that be bad, that would be catastrophic. So another thing about the GFS that I kind of don't agree with is the heavier axis of snow back here. Okay, so according to GFS, this is the global forecasting model. We're going to have heavy snow, possibly over 6 inches in northern Ohio into northern Indiana, central portions of Illinois. Now, don't get me wrong, you guys are going to get snow. I do believe that, but I just think that the totals are a little bullish here. And then things do kind of fix themselves out and become more regular over here in the Northeast. So, that's a mixture of all the models that everybody's looking at. Once again, all meteorologists everywhere, with your TV weatherman, your people at the National Weather Service, all of them. Everybody looks at this same stuff. There's no such thing as a weather wizard. Basically, though, what people like myself do, and what meteorologists do, is we look at all this stuff and we interpret what's wrong with the models. Why is this one wrong? Did it initialize correctly? What kind of bias does this model have based on our historical knowledge of it? We put all that together in our head, and it's like a Jimmy Neutron scene with the numbers flying through, and then we spit out a forecast, and we're wrong half the time. But hey, man, it's a growing science. We're getting there one step at a time. And, thanks to people like Dan for being a slight risker, we got all kinds of time to test our practices out here, even on platforms like YouTube. So thank you guys so much for, tuning in and being a part of this. Once again, this is the GFS snowfall totals. Let's go through them all again. This is the Euro. That's not the Euro. There we go. That's the Euro. And then this is the NAM, North American model. And the NAM says no. The NAM says, bam, get out of here with that snow. All right. You guys like the Jimmy Neutron reference? So yes, we do have we're going to come back to the forecast models because we have another storm coming even after that. But real quick, I do want to show you some updates on stream up in. Okay, we might have Brett Adair on stream here within the next little bit. Give me just a second, guys. I want to show you this tornado watch, okay? Because one of the reasons why I'm doing this forecast video as a live stream rather than just doing a regular video like I normally do is because of this. We have a nadir watch right now. A couple tornadoes are possible in Jackson, Meridian, Columbus, Tuscaloosa, Jasper, Coleman, Huntsville, Tupelo, Greenwood, all these places in Mississippi and Alabama. Tornado watch is out, and we do have storm chasers out there. We don't have any warnings right now. We don't have anything crazy going on, but we do have the watch. So that's why we're doing this live today. Just in case in the middle of our forecast a tornado warning does get issued, we can kind of guide you through that and get you through it. Not only just me, by the way, we do have 2 live storm chasers out there. One of them's in Westville, Mississippi, and the other one is in Sulligent, Mississippi, as these storms are approaching very quickly, by the way, from the south and west. If we get a quick look at the radar here, from a broad POV, you can see what we're talking about. We got some big storms. We do have some big storms here. These are moving up to the north and east. All of these back here are also, pretty big. And these are the ones that we are concerned about potentially becoming tornadic as we go forward. These aren't as big or as strong as the ones we had last night, except for maybe that one near West Point. But certainly strong enough to produce tornadoes, and that's what we're going to be concerned about as we go. When this area of storms moves into Alabama, I think it might kind of ramp up a little bit with the tornadic activity. As of right now, I haven't heard anything from anybody, so I don't think any of these are showing significant amounts of rotation, but they all are rotating at least a little bit. So we're going to continue to watch these very closely. This is the storm that Vince and Reed are on right now over here near Sulligent, Alabama, and Smithville, Mississippi. So, we are looking at that for a potential tornado here. And then there's obviously some more storms down to the south of that. But if I switch over to a different radar and we look at this storm near Forest, this actually has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, and that's for Rankin and Scott counties in Mississippi. And there's a little bit of rotation there, but really nothing crazy. So we're going to watch these storms very closely. They are, Some of them are showing a little signs of rotation here and there. But if one of them starts to wrap up and curl up a nadir, we will be the first to let you know. I promise you that. I promise you that. Okay, so one more look at the forecast. Okay, one more thing that I want to do here as far as the forecast goes. Right after this chug of water. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. Let's come over to the Euro. Multi-parameter. 6-hour thickness. Let's look at that 12Z. Okay, so this is the current storm that we're talking about right now. Big time snow up there in Wisconsin and Minnesota and UP of Michigan tonight. We've been talking about this for a while. Also up there in Canada, getting some snow and also some ice up there in Canada into northern portions of Maine. We have been talking about that for days now. And it will be, getting out of our hair tomorrow around 4 p.m. right in time for our next storm to pop up. There it is. Ice and snow in Arkansas all the way up into Ohio. And then some rain, general rain, just unsettled weather for the south. Nothing severe with this one. All the way through. Look at this, guys. A 1-2 punch, like a boom, boom, all the way until, late Friday into early morning Saturday. That's how long we're going to be talking about this next storm. Wow. From tomorrow all the way through the end of the week. And then we do have another one right after that, possibly. Now, this one doesn't look as impressive right now, but it does kind of tells me that we could see a pretty big system come up if the pattern continues to show the ability for some cold air to interact with this system that comes out of the Gulf. So that, that's a potential next storm we have to watch into next week, in the beginning part of March, the eastern side of the country, because I've mentioned this a couple times. I think that something's going to happen here during the turn of the month that is going to, mean business as far as another storm goes. And the models have been showing this on and off. But now, we're just kind of looking to see if this system links up with this system and then kind of blows up over here on the East Coast. So, but, we like to take it one storm at a time here. So we're going to focus on this one for now. You guys should prepare for a major winter storm if we've been talking about ice for your location. And then also up there in New England, you got to prepare for a major winter storm, but for snow. Okay. And, let me show you the reason why we're concerned about ice. And then we'll get into our storm tracking mode. Sound good to y'all? All right, so here we go. This is why we don't like ice. This is why ice is bad. A lot of people are going to be receiving between a 1/4 of an inch or 1/10 of an inch and a 1/2 an inch of ice. That's the this area right here. Wind speeds aren't going to be too bad with this storm, so we're not too terribly concerned with that. Just a second. Okay. So we're not too terribly concerned with that. However, we do have, some people that'll get up to a 1/2 an inch of ice. Some isolated or local utility interruptions are possible, typically only lasting a few hours. Roads and bridges may become slick and hazardous. We talked about this, right? Now, if you are one of these people that end up with more than like a 1/2 an inch of ice to a 1/4 of an inch of ice, this is where we're talking about maybe in Arkansas, in portions of Pennsylvania potentially. This is what we got to worry about. Scattered utility interruptions expected, typically lasting between 12 and 24 hours. Roads and travel conditions may be extremely hazardous due to ice accumulation. Now, the upper echelon of this event, I think, is going to be level 3. I don't think that we're going to have too much problems with level 4 or 5. I could be wrong, but let's prepare for level 3 if we live in the ice zones. And that's going to be for Numerous utility interruptions. If anybody gets over, a 3/4 of an inch of ice to an inch of ice, numerous utility interruptions with some damage to main feeder lines and equipment expected. Okay. Tree limb damage is excessive and outages could last 1 to 5 days. That's what we are potentially looking at here as we go into the future. So I just wanted to share that with you. And we got another camera from one of our viewers. Let me throw that up too. All right, thank you so much for that. So there you go. That's why we're concerned about the ice, okay? Some people really don't understand why is ice bad? Why is ice bad? Well, it's just because, man. It's because it sticks on the power lines, it sticks on the trees, and it causes them to fall, and that is never good. And especially in an ice storm where it's not like a straight line damaging wind event and it only affects one little area. Usually ice storms, cover broad areas, and it just takes forever to clean up and get the power back on. So, Elmer Reed, man, thank you so much for the big 20. H Fox, thank you. For that 10, he says, love your work, 13 years in the fire service and a good bit of time playing with GR level 2. Yeah, buddy. Okay, looks like we have a tornado warning. Here. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for DeVille, Louisiana. Until 6:30 p.m. Central. 6:30 p.m. Central. All right. So let's start looking at that now. We have to go look at that. We do have a brand new tornado warning that has just came through. So let's go look at it, okay? And we're probably going to have to move our radar sector here. Let's see, which one do we want to move? Which one? Okay, so man, this is way down here in Louisiana. Honestly, just going to be completely honest with you guys, this was not an area that I was looking at for a potential tornado, but there it is. Wow. Wow, there it is. Once again, a tornado warning now for Rapides. Man, you know what? I've had to say this county name a million times. I've already forgot how to say it right. Rapides parish or county in Louisiana is under a tornado warning. Okay, this is moving towards DeVille. It's moving towards DeVille, and right now it is a radar indicated tornado. There's not a confirmed tornado down, but you can see the rotation there pretty good, and it does look like to me like if there's not a tornado down right now, there certainly might be one within any moment now. That's your rotation. Okay, this is like the area where the tornado could possibly be. Let's go back a couple frames. Okay. So yeah, that's actually been spinning down there for a while. We just got the warning. And that's the latest frame right there. It looks like it might be letting up a little bit, but there is certainly some rotation down here south and west of DeVille. And we're going to watch this closely as that is our first tornado warning of the evening. Hopefully it's our only tornado warning of the evening. Once again, this is not expected to be a major tornado day or anything like that. But we are under, a lot of people are under a tornado watch. But, guess who's not under a tornado watch? This place. Rapides. Okay. Rapides. Okay. So Rapides is not under a tornado watch today. But they are under a tornado warning. Isn't that crazy how that works out? Guys? Well, that's why it's important to pay attention to the weather, despite the little intricacies of, SPC outlook boundaries and all that stuff. This stuff can happen anywhere, okay? Anytime there is a weather system going on, everybody's got to be pretty weather aware with it, okay? So we're going to watch this closely. I'm not going to zoom in too much and go over the mesoscale. because I don't believe that there's a tornado on the ground right now. However, if that looks like it's changing in the future, we will go look at that. All right. Wayne Foster, thank you. Mark Rose, thank you. Angie Schmidt, thank you. Judy Menzel, hey, thank you so much for the continued support. Says Milwaukee is under a weather emergency right now due to icing, reported on WISN News. Wow. Once again, as well as our major winter or severe weather that we could potentially be talking about here, we are experiencing a major winter storm up north as well. We just saw that on the models there, and we will be intermittently checking in with that as well. If you guys have any pictures or videos of anything that you want to share with me, please do so on Twitter, just like Rob here. He says he's preparing there in Hamilton, Alabama. Go outside, snap a photo or a picture, especially if you're in the snow or the ice today. We're interested in seeing that because we're kind of focused on the tornado aspect. But if you can do so safely, snap a picture, send it to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, and we will get you going, get you shared on here, get your name in front of everybody, and also allow the information to flow freely. And that's the point of this stream, right? We're trying to get information from the people to the people without anything really getting in the way in the middle, okay? We don't have high-level producers. We don't have checks and balances. We don't have, a advertising board that we have to check with before we show something. We just get it, and you see it. That's what makes this unique. So thank you so much, Rob, for sending that in. We really do appreciate everybody's, contribution here. Also, we do have pics at RyanHallYall.com. Pics at RyanHallYall.com. If you don't have Twitter, you can send your pictures to that email, and we will, display you as soon as we get some submissions on the site there. This is a great setup. This is a fantastic setup. I love it. He's got Radar Omega right there on the center screen. He's got me on the side. I mean, what in the world else? What in the world else could you possibly need right now? Here's an update from one of our weather analysts, one of our up-and-coming weather boys here in the Discord server. He says there's a favorable environment for severe storms later tonight. That photograph is taken from Columbus AFB. Okay, so let's look at that photograph that he got. This is the photograph from the Columbus Air Force Base. If you're looking at this and you're like, what? What is a photograph? Basically, this is a graph that shows you how winds are changing in direction with height. So the higher up we go, right now it looks like the winds are turning, okay? And that is indicative of cyclogenesis and tornadogenesis. So the atmosphere is pretty primed. It's pretty ripe for severe weather and tornadoes today. We haven't seen a lot in the area where we expected it. But you can see down here near Rapides, we do have a lot of CAPE. We have a lot of convective available potential energy down here, and we have some of that building up a little bit more here through central Alabama into Mississippi. So, there's plenty of energy for these storms to work off of as they cross from Mississippi into Alabama, and that might be something we have to worry about as we go forward with these storms becoming more intense as they get into Alabama. So thank you, SP, for the great analysis of the surface observations. Rapide. Yeah, we've talked about the tornado warning. DeVille, Louisiana is under a tornado warning because of a rotating supercell that may be producing a tornado right now. If you're in DeVille, please take shelter immediately. This is a radar indicated tornado. We don't know for sure that there is one, but we think that there might be. Here's a nice video from I Am Hitbox. I think I'm saying your name right. He says, terrified of the upcoming weather in Tullahoma, Tennessee. There's no need to be terrified, man. Don't be scared. Be prepared. These storms, especially the ones in Tennessee, are not going to be the world-ending kinds of storms. Now, it's going to be a strong storm, don't get me wrong. But as long as you're indoors and you've got a way to get a warning, if a sudden tornado warning was to happen to be issued, if you had some way of receiving that, you are going to be just fine. Just fine. Let's see here. What else we got? Okay, I'm going to continue to monitor this, and Carly, I'm guessing if we get any submissions over on the site, you'll pop in and let me know. And of course, we always have to show at least one cat picture. There's always at least one cat that's watching the stream. All right, so there is that. Let's now talk about our storm chasers, and let's get an update from them real quick. Once again, we have storm chasers out there right now. Both of them are in Alabama now. So can I still toggle? Yeah, there we go. This is a live view of where they are. Let me zoom out to give you a little bit of a more perspective. So they've just crossed from Mississippi into Alabama, and they're really close to each other. They're around Sulligent, Alabama. Vince is going west. Reed is stationary. It looks like Vince is going to pass Reed right here in a second. And let's get an update from him. Hey, Vince, I'm live now. We're tracking that storm that you're in front of. What's your plan? What do you think is going to happen here? As always, paint us a verbal picture. Oh, I sent that to Reed.
Yeah,
Oh, never mind. No, I didn't. I sent that to Vince. Okay.
Right now, I am headed back west a little bit out of Sulligant. I think Reed's got the same view of the storm. I passed him just a minute or two ago. In fact, I just passed him there.
Yeah.
I'm headed back toward the KGWX radar site. And basically just get cored by this thing and see what happens from there. Probably follow it northeast.
All right, that sounds good. That's Vince Welty, our storm chaser down there. Reed Timmer, he's also out there. We're going to get an update from him. But first, I want to check out the radar a little bit more closely. And then we'll start talking a little bit more about that snow and ice up there to the north, I promise. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning with this storm that they're getting ready to go into. So this is where our guys are, okay, over here. This is the storm that they are, waiting on to come up into their area. Obviously, I don't think that this one's going to have much of a tornado threat, but certainly a big-time hail threat is possible there with a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for central Monroe County and northeastern Mississippi, and that's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. The storm that Reed and Vince both are getting ready to get cored by, in the words of Vince himself. So we'll continue to watch them. And we're going to continue to also get some updates from our friends up north in the snow. Here is Hudson, Wisconsin. Hudson, Wisconsin there. Looks like road conditions are deteriorating. And also, once again, we have quite a bit of snow and ice building up in places like Michigan as well. So we gotta keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead and take the radar out full and give a broad look at the whole U.S. We do have, once again, some ice and some snow up here from Marquette all the way down into Traverse City. This was heavier earlier. Everything's kind of moving out. But we do expect, more snow and ice to work up into this region as we go later on into the coming days. All right. A lot of this snow over here is also kind of breaking out in Maine and portions of New Hampshire as well, but that's going to be overtaken by rain before too long. Before too long. So here is that lone tornado warning way down there in Louisiana. Also, severe thunderstorm warning in, oh boy, in Mississippi. We got to check on that one.
Ryan, we do have a couple pictures up on the page if you want to check it out.
Okay, thank you, Carly. That looks a little suspicious, doesn't it? All right, we're going to have to pull out another instance of radar. Okay, I think that was just a composite reflectivity artifact that made it look a little bit more suspicious than what it actually is because there's hardly any rotation here. I think what we're seeing is just one storm clashing into another. No, this storm is trying to rotate. There's no doubt about that. But it's not doing anything yet. Okay, we're going to watch it closely though. We're watching all these storms, every single one of them, extremely closely. All right. Oh man, my goodness. I mean this is aesthetic right here. I like that setup. What in the world kind of monitor setup is that? I need that. That's clean. I like that top monitor with the little bezels and then the widescreen monitor down here. And I love the lighting. Man, that is super awesome. Thanks for sending that in. Wow. Goals, man. Like, I'm pretty proud of mine, but yours is very, very visually pleasing. Okay. Okay, I want to check viewer submissions now. All right, so here we go. Here's the latest submissions that people have sent into pics@ryanhallyall.com. This is some ice from earlier in Illinois, okay, from Pamela in Illinois. Thanks for sending that in. Look at how the ice is literally accumulated on the branches here and is now actually falling off and accumulating on the bottom side. So it does look like we have a new tornado warning. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for LaSalle Parish in Louisiana. Okay, so another tornado warning in Louisiana. How about that? Let's come back over here to the radar. Let's continue to analyze this and see what's going on. Okay, so that's for this. I thought that was the same warning we were just looking at, but it's just an extenuation of that warning. Okay, so the National Weather Service does believe that this storm is, still capable of producing a tornado as it gets past DeVille. This is, going to be going towards Walters. It's, pretty soon. So please, if you live over here in LaSalle, and I hope I'm LaSalle Parish, in Louisiana, you are under a tornado warning, okay? So please take shelter immediately. Here's some of the information on that. Let's see here. This was located 7 miles north and east of DeVille, or 10 miles west of Larto, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter, and of course, mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed if a tornado is actually on the ground with this. You never want to be in a mobile home in a nadir, guys, especially not at dark. So you want to make sure that you have some way of taking substantial shelter if you're downstream from this storm, because it is capable of producing a tornado. However, right now, based off of my analysis of this sail, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that there's a tornado down. However, the potential for one to go down is there. I don't like that. I don't like the way that looks. Up here near Jonesville, this is a very broad rotation, but a lot of times what you'll see is these two areas of increased inflow and the rear flank will start to race towards each other and create a couplet there as the storm matures. So we're going to watch Dunbarton and Clayton in Louisiana as well for a potential rotating storm to maybe produce a tornado here within the next little bit. And that's what we're dealing with right now. New tornado warning in Louisiana. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that. And once again, we have a lot of people involved with this. So if anything goes crazy or if anything happens, we will know. But let's real quick finish our viewer submissions. There's your ice on the, what even is that? Berries or something? Here is a picture from Sean in Colorado with the snow. That's a very Colorado picture right there. You got to love Colorado. Here is James Quinn in Michigan with the ice accumulation on his truck there. Once again, I would love if somebody has ice like this accumulated on their window and you can manage to roll your windows down with like your phone app or with your key fob or something. I would love to see a window get rolled down with the ice there, and then for you to punch the ice out. Very specific, I know. But, I mean, hey, man. There's a lot of you guys, and I think it could work out. And there's a good setup, okay? That's a nice setup. I mean, it looks very professional. It looks very well-rounded. I think the person that is viewing this stream right now from, New York City, a Florian there, I think you're a very well-rounded person. You seem like you have a nice temperament, and I like the overall decor of your apartment or your home there, whatever it is. I like the books next to the TV. Love it. Thanks for sending in your all setups, guys, for real. Now, let's dump back in onto this. Tornado warning down here. Looks like the rotation, or at least the inbounds and outbounds, are trying to ramp up a little bit down here south and west of Walters in Louisiana. And then also, this is starting to wrap up. And of course, that's going to drop a nadir over there. And the radar hole, you guys know there's something about radar holes that tornadoes love. Tornadoes love the radar holes. And there it is. Okay, so we might see a new tornado warning come out here pretty soon for Clayton and Faraday County if that storm continues to wrap up and produce some more rotation. Now, these aren't the only storms that we're talking about today in Louisiana. Also, we have some very strong storms in Alabama and Mississippi. Okay, Vince Welty just punched right into the core of a very strong storm. Let's cut over to him. Wow, heavy rain now, and just looks like maybe some hail in there as well. Lots of lightning, and he is right inside of this storm, right here near Quincy. He's actually really close to the radar site. So Vince's actual location on radar is about right in that area, right in here. And he is absolutely getting thumped there in the middle of this severe thunderstorm, which is heading, by the way, towards Quincy and Gatman. So if you're in Quincy or Gatman or all the way over into Sulligant and Detroit, this is what you can expect over the next little bit as a very strong storm is coming through. And Vince is pulled over on the side of the road. Let's ask him, you got any hail with that yet? Can't tell, honestly. It does look like certainly some very, very heavy rain. That's for sure. And by the way, what you're looking at right now is a live view of the severe thunderstorm in Monroe County, I believe. Yeah, northeastern Monroe County in Mississippi, yeah. Wow. That is one strong storm. I'd say that he didn't even hear me when I called him on the radio there. You know that's loud. You know that's loud. Man, I wish he would get outside and, like, you know, go live report in the storm. Not really. I don't want him to do that. That would be kind of funny, though. Let's see here. Robert, thank you so much for the support. He says, should I worry about the storms coming from Alexandria, Louisiana? They're currently tornado warned if I'm in Vicksburg, Mississippi. I don't want to tell you no, but I also don't want to tell you yes. Vicksburg, I don't think you have as much to worry about. I think a lot of these storms are going to go to your south. But stay with me here for a little bit, okay? Stay with me here for just a little bit. And I'll let you know for sure. I don't know if Reed's just got bad service or not, but can we get a, what's it called? A refresh, yeah, on Reed's stream. What's it called? All right, so yeah, we're kind of just taking a brief break here, watching this severe thunderstorm move through Vince Welty's location. Professional storm chaser out there, sitting on the side of Highway 278 near Greenwood Springs there in Mississippi. As once again, a very, very strong storm just flew through his location. So that's what you can expect downstream. Downstream in, you know, possibly all the way up into Sullivan and Detroit there on the Alabama-Mississippi border. That was a quick hitter, too. It went by. It came and went pretty quick. Wow. All right, let's go ahead and get another look at these storms over here in Louisiana. These are getting close to Mississippi. Okay, so if you're in Port Gibson, Fayette, Waterproof, Clayton, all these places, you got to be ready for, you know, a potential tornado warning to come out any moment. And then, of course, we do have.
I
that
just got your
tornado
inquiry about the hail. Just very small shards, nothing noteworthy.
Okay. So the hail doesn't seem to be too big in that severe thunderstorm that is going through Monroe County. So just so you know, okay? That's why we're doing this, okay? We know the truth about the storm, okay? The radar can tell lies sometimes. Now we know the truth, which, you know, obviously that's still going to be a very intense storm. So make sure you're indoors. Cloud to ground lightning and all that stuff, strong winds, and, of course, the small hail. Oh, boy. I just had something fall on me. Anyways, what we are looking at here is a tornado warning down here in Louisiana. And we are going to continue to monitor this very closely as we go forward. And like also, we have this storm up here to the north that looks pretty suspicious. Once again, as far as, you know, the rotation goes, I do believe that it might be trying to pick up a little bit. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. Now, real quick, I got to take a literal 3-minute intermission to clean up the mess that I just made. And then I will be right back. Okay, I'm going to put you on the map view. What do you want? Okay, let's vote right now. Do you want map? Do you want live locations of the chasers, or do you want radar? You want map or radar? Map or radar while I'm gone for 3 minutes. Let me know quick. Above the cameras there. In Louisiana, a county is called a parish. I know. It's just hard. It's been hard for me to do that. Radar. Radar, live, map, radar. Okay, radar. I see more radar, I think.
Well, it looks like that storm was pinched off by that left split. Moving up from the south, squeeze it out a little bit. So I'm going to continue headed east to Brewing here and see what the next play is. Never stop.
Never stop chasing. And never stop knocking things into the floor, Ryan. Never stop. Okay, so here is what I'm going to do. We're going to do radar view. Boom. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a second.
I might be getting throttled by my other phone here on AT&T. I've started to notice some things. Oh my God, I've had my phone off this whole time, but still sending messages. I'm in Brewing. Storm evaporating off to the north. Left split came in, seemed to pinch it off a little bit, but heading into Brewing to regroup for this long period of tornado potential ahead.
Does anybody want to guess what it was that I knocked over? Does anybody want to take a quick guess? I dumped about a half a gallon of water around a lot of electronics. So I had to take care of that real quick, just to make sure I didn't get electrocuted and burn up and all that good stuff. But I think we are good to go. We are good to go. You see, that is one of the downsides of, you know, drinking out of a gallon of water. You know, I do enjoy it, but also there are certainly some downsides. So, you know, hey, we live and we learn, right? Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time I get a real man's cup, right? Or something. Okay. We got it though. We got it. Everything is taken care of. It's being soaked up right now very efficiently, and we don't have anything to worry about. All right. So once again, we do not have any tornado warnings right now. All the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. We are continuing to watch this broadly rotating supercell thunderstorm up here in the Clayton area, which it doesn't have a tornado warning right now, but it might soon. Okay, so we're going to keep a very, very close eye on that. Also, we're watching these storms up here near Vince and Reed. Which, what did Reed say? I didn't even hear him.
Oh my God, I've had my phone off this whole time, but still sending messages. I'm in Brewing. Storm evaporating off to the north. Left split came in, seemed to pinch it off a little bit, but heading into Brewing to regroup for this long period of tornado potential ahead.
Okay. Okay, so he's just telling us he's going to continue to watch these storms as they go off to the north and east into Alabama once again. Yeah, the jug does have a lid, but that keeps me from being able to drink it, right? So you got to leave the lid off, man. Oh, man. All right. This is why, I mean, this is once again the high quality YouTube weather content you really can't find anywhere else, in my opinion. Here's a northeast Michigan. Earlier today, look at the ice in the windows there. Wow. Lots of ice today in from, you know, across Michigan and portions of the upper peninsula up there. Brett Adair. Oh, Brett Adair. Let me get with him. CDN. Let me see if he's live. He isn't. What did he say that he was going to do? Okay. All right. Anyways, we might have Brett Adair on here in a second, but he's not live right now. This is, though, a storm back in Monroe County, Mississippi. This is pretty much the same one that Vince was just in, from the back of an A7 III, a video screen, a couple of power flashes south of that time. Huh. How about that? So that's the storm that we just saw Vince go through. I don't know what would cause the power flashes. I guess maybe some really strong winds, some down trees on those lines. But that is very interesting from Brett Adair there. I'm retweeting that if y'all want to go look at it. Yeah, it was the water jug that fell. It was. Start paying more attention to where I said it. And I'll probably get some new sort of water containment system. Ooh, I like this one. Just tracking storms down south while watching Ryan Hall, y'all. Love it. That's a good, that you know, I like the vibe. I like the blue lights. This always becomes a part of the stream, it feels like, just like rating people's setups. By the way, Ari Cohen, or Cohen, thank you for the big 50. That is a super generous donation, and I'm very grateful for you. And he says, hello Ryan, greetings from South Texas. Hello. Thanks for being here. We got people from all over the U.S. watching. So that's why I kind of, you know, as long as we don't have any ongoing tornado warnings, I do kind of want to zoom out and focus on some other places. There's a very interesting storm. There's a very interesting storm up here near Florence and Tuscumbia. Let me switch radar feeds here. Let me inspect that a little bit more. Sometimes when you're really far away from the radar, it's hard to tell. It looks like we're not going to find a great view of that storm. My goodness, man. The strongest storms are always the strongest storms are always in the radar holes. But anyways, strong storm going through Tuscumbia and Florence. That we do have Radar Omega should have a camera over there. Let me pull that up for yins. There is a new update for Radar Omega. And we'll go over that here in the near future. Yeah, there's a camera right here. This is in Tuscumbia, Alabama. Looks like the wind's really picking up there. This is the EMA tower. By the way, you can do this in Radar Omega, the app. You just click these little icons. Let's see here, Rogersville. Okay, so we've got quite a few angles here of this storm, and from Florence and Tuscumbia. And it looks like the storm is raging on there. This would be the one that we would look at for any signs of rotation. But since it's dark, it's really hard to tell anything other than it's windy. It's nice that we have this, whatever that is. I'm going to call it our windometer. Our wind stick. Every weather cam needs a wind stick. But anyways, you are under a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning there in Florence, all the way up into Killen. And let's see here, Springfield.
Important weather update.
There's a new important weather update. Looks like there was a update from the Storm Prediction Center. And there's a new tornado warning. Wow. Okay. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Alcorn, Benton, and Tippah. Alcorn, Benton, and Tippah counties in Mississippi. Okay, so now we have tornado warnings in Mississippi. Way back up here. This is back up here in northern Mississippi. Let me zoom out and show you the whole state. That's northern Mississippi up there near Walnut, Ripley. Okay, so now we have a tornado warning for Ripley, Faulkner, Tiplersville, Walnuts, all the way over towards Kossuth in northern Mississippi. This is a brand new tornado warning now for Alcorn, Benton, and Tippah counties in the northern portion of Mississippi. And there are multiple areas of rotation in this storm. I see 1, 2, 3 areas where a potential tornado could be. Once again, 1, 2, 3. I'm assuming the main concerning area is going to be down here west of Ripley. Okay, so this is going to go to the north and east towards Faulkner. If you're between Faulkner and Ripley on this road here, south of Tiplersville, that is where I would be taking shelter. Now, obviously, everybody over there in these counties needs to be taking shelter, but specifically in the direct path of the storm, Ripley and Faulkner, I'd get into my safe spot as soon as possible. And then Kossuth, you're downstream, and Corinth, you're also downstream. I'd be thinking about my tornado action plan as we go forward. And, what am I going to do if this actually drops a tornado and starts coming towards me? Because that is a possibility. It is a possibility, okay? So that's the storm there in Mississippi. Lots of moisture out there. A whole lot of moisture available for these storms. The tornado warning does include Ripley, Blue Mountain, and Walnut, Mississippi until 7:30 p.m. Central. And then also, the update that we got from the Storm Prediction Center was coupled with an update from the National Weather, the Weather Prediction Center. By the way, Tamela Candler says, can you please cover my early morning weather, Southwest Missouri, Ozarks? Yes, we'll do it right after this. Thank you for the support. Personalized forecasts coming right up. Let's see here. So we now have a moderate risk for flooding, okay, or excessive rainfall. But really, I would say a moderate risk of flash flooding there through tomorrow in Tennessee. Slight risk all the way up into eastern Kentucky, and then even down into portions of Alabama and Mississippi. So this is in my neck of the woods, guys. We got about 0.6 of an inch of rain today. If we get 2 or 3 inches tonight, we are going to be in flood town, baby, which is not where I want to be at all. So that's your update from the Storm Prediction Center there, or the Weather Prediction Center, on flash flooding potentials over the next 24 hours or so. And then what else do we go? Wait, what is this? Wait, what? So I thought this was just going to be another, video of dogs watching the show here. But she says, I think my dog is broken. Thank you so much for sending that in. That's hilarious. So if you're just now tuning in, we do have that tornado warning for Alcorn, Benton, and Tippah counties there. This includes Ripley, Faulkner, and Walnut. We're watching it closely. There's a pretty impressive area of rotation. However, nothing crazy right now. Nothing crazy just yet. And then, Tamelia, I'm going to get to your, because of your very generous super chat, we'll talk about your morning weather in Southwest Missouri. And the reason I'm going to do that really is because we need to talk about that as a potential ice storm is coming tomorrow. Or over the next several days, I should say. Okay, real quick. Back to the weather models. Missouri's right here. Okay, this is 3 a.m. tonight. Going to be pretty clear. Okay, it's going to be getting colder and colder, and then tomorrow morning really is just going to be cold. All right, no precipitation until around 2 to 3 p.m. That is when we start to see a big burst of snow and sleet move into Southwest Missouri, and then we are going to see that snow and sleet persist all the way through Thursday at 3 p.m. So you're going to have pretty much 24 hours of wintry precipitation there. The most of the heavy freezing rain and dangerous stuff's going to be to your south, and most of the snow is going to be off to your north. You're mostly going to be dealing with sleet, but still be ready for potential travel impacts and all that stuff as we go forward. Thank you so much, Tamelia, for the support. All Things Outdoors says, great coverage, Ryan. Will there be any snow or ice in Annapolis, Maryland anytime soon? Well, we are going to talk about that right after we talk about this. The National Weather Service has issued another tornado warning. Tornado warning now for Muscle Shoals, Rogersville, and Killen, Alabama until 7:30. That's the one that we were just talking about, wasn't it? Yep, it sure is. That's the radar hole storm. Okay, I'm going to have to open another instance. Actually, let's move scope up there. Oh, is this the one? Do we have cameras on this? What was I doing? Oh, yeah. All right, so yeah, there we go. There's our new tornado warning. Let's dual screen this. Let's get our high-res velocity going on Radar Omega. That's potentially where your tornado is right there. I don't know what direction these cameras point, but this storm just went past Florence. You can see things have calmed down here. I think due to the motion of the clouds, let's see, the clouds are moving this way. The actual air is moving this way. It might actually be pointing towards the tornadic portion of this storm. So yeah, that looks pretty concerning there. Let's look at the Tuscumbia cam. Still not seeing anything there. Once again, this is on Radar Omega. Yeah, so there you go. All right, we're getting a pretty intense area of rotation here. We're gonna double box this, double check it between multiple radars. And yeah, guys, that is once again likely a tornado forming there south of Killen, moving towards Rogersville. Okay, moving towards Rogersville. We have this is the first tornado warning of the day, I think, that is significant enough to warrant a mesoscale discussion from me. So let's go ahead and dive into it here. Google. Because this is a decently populated area. And then one of our weather analysts, Caleb, says if it holds together and moves into Madison County, it will track directly over my area. Okay. All right, so we have multiple cameras on it, likely. Caleb, if you don't care to get up with Riley or Ryan in the weather analyst ongoing info stream and join their VC, that way they can alert me if there's something that pops up on your camera, okay? And Frank, if you can work with Caleb to get that all sorted out, that'd be great. Okay, so here we go. Let me open up the Meso. Florence, Alabama. This is becoming a very familiar place to me. We talk about this place often, I feel like. So more than likely, we have some subscribers to the channel that live in Florence. Hopefully they're watching. If they don't, or east of Florence, let's go ahead and start sharing this, guys. We got to get this out there in front of as many people as possible. Social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Additionally, we got to also like the stream to get the algorithm pumping us out in front of people who or people who otherwise wouldn't have access to adequate weather information. Okay, so right now we do expect that if there's a tornado on the ground, which we don't know, we do not know if there is or not, but if there is, we do expect that is somewhere near Wilson Lake, okay, along the Tennessee River, south of Killen, okay, Ford City, okay, if that rings a bell to you, that's pretty close to where we're talking about here. Additionally, the Colbert Alloys Park. Next in line, we're going to be talking about the Elgin Launchpad, Santa's Rogersville, Santa's Land, Rogersville. Looks like a theme park of some sort. And then Lash Seafood, Gianni's Mufflers, all these places along Lee Highway between Ford City, River Road, and Lee Highway on both sides of the Tennessee River there. We are looking at a potential tornado forming on us right now. All right, so I am going to jump over back to the Columbus radar on Gibson Ridge and zoom in here. And oh boy, was that kind of looked like a CC drop there for a second. Did it not? That was that might have been just some interference. Nevertheless, we got to watch that close. We got to watch this area of rotation extremely closely, as there could possibly be a tornado here. This is also moving over towards, once again, Lock 3, Houstontown, Thornstown, the John Wheeler State Park, Wheeler Dam Village. All of these places are in the direct path of a potentially, very dangerous storm with a tornado in it. Okay, so let's get into our safe spots. Let's get into the most interior rooms of our homes. And let's make sure we are protected from any sort of flying debris, because that's going to be the culprit, right? That's going to be the number one thing that's going to get you in a bad situation in a tornado situation like this. Debris falling from your house is going to be the number one way that you actually suffer some sort of injury from this. So once again, if you are just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning for Colbert, Lauderdale, Lawrence counties in Alabama, and then also Alcorn and Tippah counties in Mississippi, which we probably need to pull up a separate instance for. Which I can do that very quickly here. We're getting to, it's been a while, right? It's been a while since we've done this, where we've had multiple tornado warnings at once, having to flip back and forth between them. This is that tornado warning up there in Mississippi for Alcorn and Tippah County. It looks like it's weakening. Okay, so I'm going to kind of focus a little bit harder on this storm over here, moving into Rogersville. All right, Rogersville, you're next in line for this very dangerous storm that does have a tornado warning on it. If there is a tornado down right now, it is over Wilson Lake, more than likely, along the Tennessee River, north and east of Ford City. It's going to be moving towards the John Wheeler State Park, okay, the 101 bridge there that goes between Lash Seafood and the B&J campground and RV park. You guys know where this is. If you live down here, if you're local, you know everything I'm talking about. And you know, I'm just trying to give you an idea as to where I think this thing's going to track, if it's on the ground. Keep in mind, this is a maybe tornado. We don't know for sure that there is anything on the ground. We haven't got any reports yet. But I do think that the rotational area is traveling along this area. And if a tornado is going to come down, it will happen in one of these areas or one of these places near Joe Wheeler State Park. Okay. And then I do think that it's going to cross Lee Highway there somewhere around Rogersville. Okay. We'll see if it goes through Rogersville or just to the south. We'll wait on some more radar data to make that call. But it looks like a lot of the rotation has kind of let up a little bit, but we have a new area of increased inflow that we have to watch very closely. So we're not going to leave this storm, guys. We have to watch this one intensely, as it does look like the most likely one right now to potentially produce a tornado. Ari, thank you so much. This is for your sippy cup. And Linda, thank you. You guys are super generous. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's something going on down there with the correlation coefficient, but I'm not confident enough to say that that's a CC drop. Oh. Let's see here. Let me consult with the analysis.
There is a new important weather update.
And we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. So let's look at that. Let's look at it. This is usually they only do that when things are ramping up. So let's see what they have to say. Here we go. Wow. I did not realize that was going to be so small. Okay. So brief tornado and damaging wind gust potential up here in this portion of Mississippi and Alabama. That includes Huntsville. That's, of course, a part of what we're looking at right now on the radar. And then mainly marginal hail risk exists for the rest of the area, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So they are highlighting this area right now for the potential for an increased tornado risk over the next hour or 2 hours or so. Okay? So keep that in mind. That is the latest information from the Storm Prediction Center. I am liking and retweeting this right now. So if you guys want to go retweet that or look at it on your own, you can go follow me at Ryan Hall, y'all. And that's going to be the best way you can do that. Here is a image from Vista Shores, Alabama. This is the camera shot up there. Thank you for sending that in. Very nice structure. Looks like a little bit of a shelf there on the bottom side of that storm. Once again, guys, if you can do so safely, always send in your pictures and your videos to @RyanHallYall on Twitter. Or you can send them in to pics@RyanHallYall.com, and Carly will let us know when it's time to go look at those. So I'm really basically just waiting on new information, new data to come in on this storm. You know, it doesn't look as impressive, but there's certainly still an area of rotation there that we have to watch. You see, if I zoom in really close here near Fisherman Resort, Wheeler Dam Village, all these places that we've been calling out, you can see right here, we have, you know, kind of the brighter colors on the velocity. This is strong winds, you know, flying into the storm. So if you're in Red Bank or Foster's Mill, you can go outside and you can feel it. You know, the winds getting sucked into the storm there. This is where we think possibly a tornado could sort of wrap up if there is also some backing winds that interact with that inflow. Okay, so right now there's not a lot of interaction there. There's not a lot of you know, crazy rotation, but there is the inflow. There is a couplet, so we're going to continue to watch this closely as this is more than likely going to go north of Rogersville now. Is what it looks like. Pretty decent hail core also going through Elgin in Alabama. And probably some small hail going through there in Tunersville, Whitehead. You guys have got to be ready for that. But if you're specifically worried about the tornado threat, I believe that's going to be for Thorntontown, okay, Mount Olive, Rogersville, Confluence. What a name for a place that's under a tornado warning. Anyways, Cedar Grove, Cairo, and Lentzville. Okay, you guys are all in the path of this storm there in Alabama. Tornado warning does continue, and we're going to see if this thing continues to wrap up or if it's going to kind of die out. As of right now, it you know, it's kind of hard to tell, but certainly some strong winds and some hail with this moving into Rogersville right now. Here's a view from behind the storm. If it was daylight, we'd probably be able to tell a little bit more from these cameras. Still don't know which direction that faces. Kimberly says, I'm in Rogersville. Well, hopefully you're in your safe spot. Once again, get into the most interior room of your home. Take shelter immediately. I'll let you know when it's time to come out. I would definitely be in my safe spot if I'm in Rogersville or Thorntontown or Tunersville or Whitehead or Romney, Romine, I think. And once again, Confluence, all these places, a potential tornado is knocking on your doorstep and you are under a tornado warning. Oh, there's a camera there. I didn't even see that. Once again, still not sure what direction we're facing. Oh, okay. That kind of gives it away. I don't think there's anything else that could have caused that. Yeah, so this camera is actually facing right towards where the tornado would possibly be. So we are obviously going to keep a very, very close eye on that. Rogersville, Alabama, guys. Alabama. Wow, there's a really good base in there. A very visible base on that storm there. You can even see the movement. Look at this. This is a big storm, guys. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is Vista Shores, Alabama. We're looking up at a tornado-warned storm in Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Limestone counties, and we can actually see the base of it, even though it's dark. It's nighttime here on our camera brought to you by Radar Omega. Starting to get some internet problems with it as the storm gets closer, of course, but we're going to continue to watch that. Once again, we can see the base, we can see the bottom of the storm. So if a tornado was to actually pop down with this, we would see it. I think we would actually be able to see it through that camera view. And now that camera's gone. There's another one over here. Man, there's a lot of them. Anyways, strong thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado is moving just through Rogersville right now, pretty much. And it looks like the rotation might be trying to pick back up. Oh, yeah. Look at that inflow, man. That is strong inflow for sure. We need to watch this closely. I'm telling you guys, we might see something with the right kind of lightning flash. We might end up seeing something here. As we are looking towards, we'll see here. Where is that looking towards again? Yeah, I believe up towards the Rogersville area. But anyways, if you're downstream here near Rogersville, Anderson Creek Estates, Cedar Grove, Lentzville, Cairo, in Alabama, I would stay in my safe spot. It's not time to come out yet. If you're in Elgin, Center Star, Aqua Vista, Houstontown, Lock 3, you're fine, okay? The storm has passed you. There are more storms coming that we have to watch very closely. As you can see, this is a very widespread event. But, wow. yeah, we are kind of zoomed in and like locked in on this storm as it has a huge inflow notch there working through Rogersville right now. You can also see that lightning pretty good from over here on this camera as well. I'm telling you, it looks like this thing is trying to produce a hook. It's trying. Yeah, my goodness, the hail core in that too. This storm, out of all the storms right now, guys, we got a lot of storms down here in Mississippi, Alabama, all the way down into portions of southern Mississippi as well. All of these are trying to rotate. All of these have the potential to produce tornadoes and tornado warnings tonight. But right now, at this very moment, this is the most potent one that we have, I believe, down here that just went through Rogersville. I know we had some people in the chat that were from Rogersville. If we start getting any reports coming in, if our, let's see here, do we have our, we don't have Brandy today, right? But if we have somebody looking into radio feeds and you hear anything, tie me in on that. I'll pull it up. I am. Let's see here. I might just do it.
Right. I am currently listening to Lauderdale County. Nothing yet.
Okay. Thank you, Carly. I want to pull it up anyways, just so we can also monitor it. But I won't necessarily be listening intensely. So if you do hear anything, let me know. Okay, so once again, a potential tornado is going through Lauderdale or Lauderdale County, and additionally, it just went through Rogersville. Now, we don't believe that this was a big tornado. We're not 100% certain if a tornado is even on the ground, but certainly something is going on there with that big inflow and that very visible notch that we're seeing from the camera that we had down here. Now over here to the south and east of Athens, we have another camera that is looks to me like it's probably pointing west towards our storm, so we can also see that coming in there. So yeah, very, very strong storm moving into the area now. Make sure you have your tornado precautions in mind. Know what you're going to do as that storm comes in, because things are absolutely getting ready to ramp up if you're in Cairo, Gypsy, Shanghai. Wow. What, interesting names for this part of the world here near Tennessee and northern portions of Alabama. We've got Lentzville, Cairo, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. No, not really. But Cartwright and what is that? Lego Town? No, Leg Town. Okay, so you guys are all next in line here for this potentially very strong storm. And let me tell you something else that's going on right now. Just to the north of these tornado warnings, we have big flash flood warnings that are being issued for portions of Tennessee. And this is one of the things that I was so concerned about leading up to this storm. Big time flooding going on over there in Fayetteville. Okay. Also over here in Lawrenceburg, and oh, we have a little local radar there. That's super cool. But anyways, we have major flash flooding going on over here. And so that's another thing that if we have anybody watching right now, that is in this portion of Tennessee that's experiencing flash flooding right now, that's something that we also would like to report on. So if you have pictures and videos of what's going on out there and you can get them to me safely through Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all, through Facebook Ryan Hall Y'all, or through pics at RyanHallYall.com, we greatly appreciate that. We want to be able to keep people updated on what's going on in these places. We got a lot of people watching. A lot of people have family in this area, and there's also just a lot of people that are watching in this area. So we do have a tornado warning now. The National Weather Service hasn't put out a tornado warning for Athens, Elkmont, and Thatch, Alabama until 8 p.m. So that's going to be a continuation for this tornado warning that we're tracking right now. So they have extended it out even further off to the east there, to the east of Rogersville, and now this includes Elkmont and Athens. Okay, so if you're in Elkmont or Athens, please take shelter immediately as a very strong thunderstorm with the potential for a tornado is getting ready to come through. And look at that hook. This thing has a full-on hook now. We're scanning it from all different sides. I like to sample these from different radar angles and different color tables just to give me an idea. Oh, that's the worst. This is the worst one. Okay. Once again, just kind of sampling back and forth between all these. I do believe that this is, this hook is coming together a little bit more favorably. Once again, if we have a tornado, it's somewhere down here to the south and east of Rogersville, and it is moving east. Athens, once again, I would get in my safe spot. I would also, this also has a northerly component to the movement. So Elkmont and Thatch, you guys are also in the direct path of this potentially, once again, very dangerous storm that's going on here in northern portions of Alabama. Yeah, this thing is trying very hard. This thing is trying extremely hard to produce a tornado right now. I think that's what's happening. The velocity is kind of all over the place, but you can see very clearly now. The radar reflectivity shows something happening here with that inflow notch is clearing out, and it's trying its best to wrap up. And this is on the southern side of a big complex of storms that once again is causing a major flash flooding problem up here just to the north. This is what it looks like right now in Athens, or just to the west of Athens. Okay, this is a place that is under a tornado warning. A tornado warning for Athens, Alabama right now. And this is a camera from there. I believe we're looking right towards the storm as it comes in. So you can see the lightning is kind of ramping up in intensity. Those clouds are moving pretty fast too. So, this storm might actually be intensifying as it comes closer and closer to you. Now, additionally, even if you don't get hit by a tornado here, guys, in Pleasant Grove, in Cairo right now, in Gypsy, you guys are getting ready to get hit by a prolific hail core. I do believe that some golf ball size hail, if not bigger, could fall on you there. As this continues to traject off to the north and to the east. But we are kind of concerned about the southern side. Remember, guys, the dangly bits. We don't like these. We don't like the little dangly things hanging off the bottom of the storms. Those can always start to produce a little bit of, unwanted activity with the rotation that we do have in place. Let's see here. This is a picture we just got in from Caitlin. Says, we are in our camper on the Tennessee River bordering Athens and Rogersville, Alabama. Wind just started hitting at 7:26 CST, and the rain is just now starting. Thank you, Caitlin. Be safe. Be safe out there. Let's see here. On the bordering Athens and Rogersville. So, You know, the biggest part of this storm is going to go north of the river, so I believe you guys are going to be okay, but still be very careful as this storm kind of wraps around you. Let's say you're over here near the south of Coxie, for example. When this storm gets by you, there is a pretty intense area of rear flanking winds that are going to come in and possibly cause some problems for you. But for the most part, the strongest storm part of the storm is going to be to your north. So thank you for sending that in. Thank you so much for sending that in. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Limestone County in Alabama. And we are watching this storm come together very quickly. Ooh, these are some beautiful photos from Cameron Lindsay. Cameron Lindsay, probably one of the most shared accounts that I've got on my Twitter right now. He's always posting cool stuff. These are some pictures of the sail that just passed over Starkville, Mississippi. Wow. Look at that. This is, man, oh my God, I can't wait till spring. I don't know why. I just got the spring chills all over my body. I love this. Obviously, we hate to see tornadoes. We hate to see severe weather, but this is my kind of weather, man. I love being outside during stuff like this. You can see those growing cumulus clouds turn into cumulonimbus clouds. You can see how the lower level jet streak is interacting with these storms as that convective energy is allowing for those updrafts to occur. And my goodness, man, what an incredible science to follow. Unfortunately, it can also be very detrimental too, and cause damage and harm to life and property. And that's what we're potentially talking about here with this storm in Limestone County in Alabama. Once again, if anybody's just now tuning in, the tornado warning is in effect for areas near Coxie, Cartwright, Persimmon Grove, Cross Key, Alabama Fork. Athens is also included in this. We do have a camera. Once again, I'm not 100% sure where exactly this is pointed, but if it is pointed west, which I would believe that it is, this would literally, if there's a tornado with this thing, this would point us right towards it, I think, as the most rotational area is going to go right next to this storm. There's probably some, oh. Okay, so that's the wind speed. I thought that was telling me the direction that it was facing. So we're going to keep a close eye on this storm, as it does look like the rotation is actually ramping up on this thing. Oh yeah, look at that. There's the perfect example of a dangly bit. We don't like to see that. Heading right towards Athens there. Downstream, by the way, in Thatch, okay, Elkmont, you guys are going to get in on the big hell core. And then also Harvest, okay, Harvest, you guys need to be thinking about what you're going to do when that tornado warning is issued. It does look like they might continue it if that storm continues all the way over there. Okay, so this is also heading in the general direction of the northern greater Huntsville area. I don't think this is going to go through the town of Huntsville or anything, but it'll go through the northern area there. Let's see here. This road that we're looking at here, you see this road? That is Lee Highway. Okay, Lee Highway. So this is kind of parallel in Lee Highway. The actual tornado would be a little bit north of Lee Highway, just a little bit, honestly, and south and west of Elkmont. So if there's a tornado down right now, it'd be near Oakland. It would be near Oakland, and then moving towards the northern Athens area. Okay, I do believe that would eventually cross over U.S. Highway 31 there that goes north of Athens. That's what we're looking at now as a potential big time severe threat that we've got going on with this tornado warning. Here's a tweet from Kevin Archie in Tuscumbia, Alabama. Looks like some heavy rain, some pretty quick or frequent lightning there. This is the same storm that we're looking at now, but I believe probably about 30 minutes earlier. And this is the kind of weather that it was producing then. The storm has actually gotten significantly stronger since then. So yeah. George McNair, thank you for that. Very thoughtful of you. He says, this is something to share with the storm chasers. Yeah, by the way, guys, it's been a second since we've checked in with them, but we do have professional storm chasers, Vince Welty and Reed Timmer, chasing storms today in Mississippi, but they're not necessarily close enough to these storms that have the tornado warnings right now to give us a close-up shot of those. They're a little bit further south. However, that's going to be needed as we go later on into the night because we have a lot more storms down here that could go tornadic and then head off to the north and east. Everybody in the purple box tonight is under a tornado watch. Okay, that includes Tupelo, Columbus, Haleyville, and it also includes Tuscaloosa. It includes, obviously these areas that are experiencing tornado warnings right now. But yeah, that's what we're watching as we go forward with the potential for more severe weather late into the night. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of storms out here, guys. And once again, they're all trying to rotate. And it looks to me like the further north they get, the more likely it will be that they do rotate. So we're going to watch these little supercells as they kind of twirl into each other and then go into the main line that's progressing to the east. That storm there near Fulton and Tremont and Tupelo, just to the east of Tupelo, also looks very interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Hopefully our radar analysis people are on this, and they're going to alert me if there's anything else going on that we need to know about. So here's the tornado warning that we have right now for Limestone County in Alabama. It expires in 22 minutes, but it is going to go over I-65. It's going to go over I-65 here. I just called that Highway 31, didn't I? I called that U.S. Highway 31. For some reason on this map, that's what it's marked as. I don't know why. But anyways, that's I-65. A big hail core, by the way, with a 1-inch in diameter hail moving through into your general area. So let's check back in with our radars. Yeah, that rotation is very close to this camera. If it was daylight, man, we'd be able to see the nadir like it was right in front of us if there was a nadir there. Trying to get an idea of what this is. Is this some sort of reflection on the camera, or is that the base of a shelf cloud, or is that some sort of hill? I don't know. Let's wait for a lightning strike.
Weather command from Storm Chase Command.
Weather command. Weather command monitoring.
So I wanted to give you an update. I'm in Hamilton. I'm going to head north toward like Russellville and Littleville. I don't know if that's the right call or not, but it seems like all these ones up here are going nuts. See that one on down there in Columbus that I was thinking about sticking around for, but flipped a coin and I'm headed north. So if you see anything or you think I'm making a wrong decision, feel free to let me know. I think Reed went up this way as well. It's probably way up ahead of me.
I will certainly let you know. And Reed's actually right in front of you. You can probably see his taillights right now.
Tail light.
What did he say?
Tail light.
Tail light. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Anyways, so here's that storm over here in once again Limestone, Alabama. Rotation is picking up. We do have a big storm. Oh, that's definitely the base of the storm there. We're watching the shelf cloud, or maybe the bottom section of the mezzo come into play here. Look at that, guys. It's nighttime, and you can see how fast those clouds are moving. That is the front edge of the storm. Oops. You guys can't see it, actually. Look at this. You see that? That's the base of the storm rushing towards our camera here, where is this again? Just to the west of Athens. This is in the inflow area Okay, so like what we're looking at is if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to happen up here. Okay, what we're looking at on the camera is the rear flank. All right, the wind coming from behind the storm, pushing this area out in front of it. Okay, that's what we're looking at, and you can see it very clearly coming in. The winds are going to start picking up very intensely here in Athens, or just to the south and west of Athens, as this very strong storm comes closer and closer to the city there. Okay. I wish there was a way to make this to kind of adjust the size of this. There probably is. There's a million different ways to interact with this. I'm not an expert. But yeah, there's that. As that gets very close to Athens, it does look like the biggest part, the big hail core, is going to go to the north of Athens. And then we're going to see probably some really gusty winds in Athens, but the big hail core is going through Cross Key into Hayes Mill, and next up is going to be Cary, Piney Chapel, all the way up into Thatch across I-65. Hey Ryan, US 31 runs parallel to I-65. They are 1/2 mile from each other. Okay. Okay, well that makes sense then. That makes sense then. I was looking at right before they intersected there. There's an area where they join each other. My bad. Look at that flag wave. Yep. So, the winds are actually going to be even stronger up there in Alabama Fork and Cary and Piney Chapel than our camera down here. By the way, if you're just now tuning in, there is a tornado warning with this. Okay, we got a tornado warning for Limestone County in Alabama, and we're watching live this outflow dominant area of the storm approach Athens. But man, I'm telling you, I'm thinking some of that outflow is mixing with the inflow and still trying to produce a tornado here south and west of Thatch. Look at that. That's some rotation. For sure. All right, let's go back into this camera. Once again, this is gusty winds. This is nowhere near the strongest part of the storm, but you saw that cloud base come in. You saw those clouds fly in, and then the winds start blowing. This is some of that rain-cooled air that is going to kind of meet up with the storm, the base of the storm there, and then kind of get sucked back into itself and potentially produce a tornado a little bit further to the north here. Once again, the dynamics of what we're looking at here is big time. Let me zoom out. Big time heavy rain, right, coming out of this storm, and then it's the cold air that comes out of the backside gets attracted to the southern side of the storm because there is a heavy area of inflow. Right. So sometimes if a storm can become surface based in a situation like this, that area of rotation will produce a tornado. We don't know for sure if that's what's happening right now, but it does look like it could happen soon with our next radar update coming in 25 seconds. We do have another broad rotation south of Tucker, Mississippi. And then we also have another very broad rotational area near Winfield, Louisiana. Okay, so the new radar update really didn't tell us anything new. There's still a very strong area of winds here that's combining with another area of strong winds. Is it dropping a nadir? I don't know. Okay, and we can look and try to inspect inside of the storm, but once again, it's just too dark to see right now. But the thing is there's a tornado warning that continues for Athens and Elkmont and Thatch, Alabama until 8 p.m. CST. Hey, Brian Taylor, thank you so much for that. I know I'm missing some of y'all's super chats here. I'm very sorry about that. Annette Music says, just a thank you from Alabama. You might have saved some lives in, I'm in Rogersville, my son's co-workers. Oh, you might have saved some lives in Rogersville, my son's co-workers. Have there been reports of damage in Rogersville? Dallas, thank you so much for the big 9. And then Brad, thank you for the big 20, man. The support goes a long way. And I promise it's going towards good things, all right? Storm Chasers, updated, keeping it going, new team members, all that stuff. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do what I'm doing if it wasn't for y'all, for real. And then we also have more broad rotation with another storm in Sidon, Mississippi. So guys, we've got a lot of storms starting to rotate now. It seems like. Still not seeing much there, huh? We got a report in 4 miles northwest of Rogersville, Alabama. We've got 4-inch tree limbs and a few shingles missing off houses south of this location. You guys who tagged me
Ryan,
in that?
we have damage reports in Limestone County, power lines down per fire department.
All right, thank you so much. That was Riley. Thank you so much for popping in with that. So we do have damage reports coming in now from Limestone County. So we still don't know if there is a tornado necessarily down on the ground. However, the storm is certainly strong enough to produce damage. We've got tree limbs down, shingles off of houses, and now we are hearing about potentially power lines down as well, all in Limestone County. Bread Maker, thank you so much for the big 50. God bless you for all you do. Blessings. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate all that, every single bit of it. Thank you so much. So, guys, once again, we're watching this because it's a tornado warning. It's a tornado warning. But even if this doesn't have a nadir on the ground right now, it's still producing, strong, damaging, winds, and certainly causing some damage out there. So make sure you're not, kind of overlooking this one, because I'm not. If you've watched the stream for a while, there's been some pretty bad nadirs where, I'm kind of like yelling at you, telling you to go take shelter. That's not the case here, but certainly a very strong storm with a lot of interesting areas of rotation that could drop a tornado at any time. At any time. But, Bree and one more goal. You guys who are like monitoring this stuff and tagging me in it, if you want to join our Discord server, that'd be great. We're trying to get all of our info to kind of flow through there. Let's see here. What else do we got? The Weather Nerd says, my cat is laying on me while I'm watching you. Thank you for your work. Hey, thank you, man. Bama Chaser, thank you for that. I appreciate it, y'all. Yes, this morning we did have another tornado warning in Mayfield, Kentucky. It was not the same situation as we were dealing with in December, but there was a tornado warning this morning in Mayfield, Kentucky. It's obviously since expired. We have a long-lived supercell continuing to make its way across northern Alabama tonight, now passing north of Athens. It's had a tornado warning on it for almost 50 minutes now. And we're still watching it very closely. Yes, it's radar indicated. It is a radar indicated tornado. This is not a confirmed tornado right now. Not a confirmed tornado right now. Just trying to kind of analyzing some of these storms back here to the west a little bit. Man, that one looks like it might be rotating, but of course, it is in the furthest distance away from radar as you could possibly get. So yeah, this is the next storm I think we're going to have to watch near Greenwood, Morgan City, Sidon, Sidon, or and North Carrollton in Mississippi. These storms back here mean business too, guys. So we're going to watch that. It's a broad area of rotation. Nothing tight enough to warrant a warning just yet, I reckon. But yeah, all of these storms are trying to rotate. They're trying very hard. I'm trying to see if I can find anything for our chasers. Vince and Reed are both on their way to Russellville. And, I mean, obviously it's possible for any one of these storms to kind of be the one that does it. There's Russellville. Our chasers are right here. These storms are going this way. Their goal is to get to Russellville by the time these storms get there. And they're thinking that maybe they're going to intensify before they do. So here's a broad picture of everything, guys. We are currently looking at. We do have a new tornado watch that was just issued. But right now, the only one that we can see is the one right here, because the Ryan Hall y'all warning system is just super ahead of itself. So we'll update you on that right here in a second. But for right now, everybody in the purple is under a tornado watch. Everybody under the purple there is under a tornado watch. And then obviously we have very heavy rain moving through southern Tennessee. I'm very concerned about these places that has... Okay, so that watch has been extended. I see. All right. Thank you for that. The tornado watch has been extended eastward to include Jackson County and northeastern Alabama. Okay. Okay, the watch is in effect until midnight. Okay, so the new tornado watch there is just the little addition that includes Jackson County, Alabama now. Off to the north and east there. So once again, super fast updates and alerts here on the Ryan Hall y'all stream before any of my thing else like that I was looking at what had told me. Anyways, I'm concerned about the areas that are currently experiencing flash flooding here near Tullahoma, Petersburg, Lawrenceburg, Collinwood, because you have another area of very intense rainfall coming. And, I think it's, even tomorrow and the next day you have more rain. So I think a very serious situation is unfolding. For anybody who sees a significant amount of rain tonight, will likely have to deal with more flash flooding as we go into the future in this general area. Brad, thank you so much for that. Frankie Pace, thank you for the $10 super chat. And Jenny Locke, thank you for the very generous $10 super chat. Says, I'm listening while playing Zelda, trying to get all the Korok seeds. Awesome. I don't know what any of that is. I know what Zelda is, but that's awesome. I'm glad I can walk you through it, through the audio waves in your room. Spotter 4 miles northwest of Rogersville, Alabama at 154 UTC. Let's see here. Cell service depicted. Location very wrong. This report is supposed to be just to the south of 72. Okay, so that location on that last report was a little bit off. All right, let's look at some viewer submissions. These guys sent in submissions to pics@ryanhallyall.com. Pics@ryanhallyall.com. You don't have Twitter, that's the best way to send them in. Look at this. Is that a rainbow? A snow rainbow? A snowbow? Look at that snowbow right there in Traverse City, Michigan from Nicole. Thank you for Nicole for sending in a snowbow. That's amazing. Here's some significant icing in Norwood, New York. Look at that. That's kind of cool looking, though, honestly. Put some LED lights in that. Here's some more significant icing on a passenger van, it looks like, down here in Norwood. More ice in Rockton, Illinois. This is from Elgin, Illinois. Some hail. Here's a detailed diagram of the watch situation here. This is from Jason L. in New Berlin, Illinois. We got Oreo the dog, of course. We got a 75-inch screen. We have a salt and pepper fish. What? Or we have two fish named Salt and Pepper. Or is there something called a salt and pepper fish? Either way, I'm very confused. Anyways, thanks for sending that in. I love Oreo. Another great setup there from Brian O'Connor in Tallahassee, Florida. Look at that. He's got the information coming in from all areas. Okay, it looks like we got the Weather Channel over here. We got Fox Weather over here. But who's got the biggest screen? Who's got the biggest screen? I mean, it's got to be Ryan Hall, y'all. Hey, thanks for sending that in, man. That's awesome. I know you just switched it around right before you turn the camera on. Nolan Ford, thank you for that, man. This is from George J. in Maine, and then here's that ice again on those grape berries or whatever that is. I don't know. John Michael says, bro, I'm in Athens, Alabama. So strange. It barely rained at my house. Nothing but a strong breeze. Love the channel. Great job. John, thank you so much for sending in the report and the support. And yeah, we were looking at a pretty similar situation on this camera, this live camera that we had. Just the winds got pretty gusty and there was some light rain, but for the most part, it was pretty quiet as the storm moved past this area. Now, the places just to the north of Athens, I'm pretty sure got a significant storm with, some damage reports coming out of there, maybe even some big hail. Athens, you dodged a bullet, but you do have another pretty big storm coming just right in front of this one. And this one, this is where you're starting to get into a flash flooding threat. Now, this one doesn't have the big winds. It doesn't have the tornado threat, but it does have a lot of heavy rain and maybe some small hail. So get ready for that if you're in Athens and you live in a flood-prone area. Could cause some problems as we go forward. Thank y'all for tuning in. We don't have any nadir warnings right now. No tornado warnings currently. Everything has been allowed to expire. I didn't just yawn. Ignore that. Let's see here. Deborah, thank you for the big $5. Don Carter with the $20 super chat. That's super generous. Thank you so much, man. I am just blown away every time we do this. People continue to support. I don't know how many times I can say it, but I am very grateful. Jason says, new drinking game. Every time Ryan mispronounces a city, hey, that would actually be a good one. that would not, that wouldn't last very long though, because that you're going to be, I do that a lot. But I encourage that. I think it's good to have fun with my mispronunciations of the cities, because I'm never going to get it right all the time. I'm trying to be the weatherman for the whole country here. Don't you know yawning is contagious? Yeah, I do. That's why I'm trying to hide it. I would hate to be solely responsible for 10,000 people to yawn. That's just, I don't want to put that sort of negative energy into the world. I'm all about the positivity, Hey, Beth, thank you so much for that. Once again, guys, we currently have no tornado warnings. Here's a broad picture of everything that's going on right now in our severe weather. We do have a tornado watch for everybody in the purple. If you're up here in northern Alabama, the biggest storm is past you, but don't let your guard down. There are more storms coming. And look at that big one, son. Wow, way down here towards Greenwood and Carrollton, over here towards Duck Hill and Winona, I-55 area of Mississippi. That is a nasty-looking supercell. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1 inch in diameter hail. We're going to have to zoom in on that one. We got to zoom. Trying to figure out which one's the best. Certainly not that. All right, we're going to keep an eye on it this way. Broad rotation here. No tornado threat right now, but certainly a big hail threat. Damaging winds in excess of 60 mile an hour. That's coming towards you in Carrollton, Winona, Duck Hill, I-55. Everybody on I-55 between Duck Hill and Winona, get out of Dodge, because that is going to, bust out a windshield or two for certain. And the winds are going to be strong enough to cause, I know we got a lot of truckers watching. This kind of conditions that would blow over a truck possibly. All right, so, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect there with 60-mile-an-hour winds and the big hail possible, okay? Check in with our chasers again. We do have live storm chasers out there. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. Okay. Anyways, never mind. We do have some live storm chasers out there. We got Vince Welty and Reed Simmer, both very close to each other off the side of the road here. In fact, they are incredibly close to each other. Off Interstate 43. I don't know what they're doing. But they are both kind of pulled off the road there. I don't know if read stream is down or if we need to do a refresh or what. But these guys are in, once again, they are very close to Russellville. Or they're closer to Spruce, like Spruce Pine. That's where they're going towards. Wow. That was a big one. Outlaw. Outlaw, thank you so much for the big $100 super chat. Thank you for all you do, Ryan, as well as the Storm Chasers. I am an over-the-road truck driver and watch
Ryan,
your
Reed stream's down
live.
right now.
Okay, read stream is down right now. Okay. I'm an over-the-road truck driver and watch your live videos all the time. I always send the links out to my driver buddies on the area you cover. I get more from you than any app. Man, thank you so much for that. That means a lot. I know we got a lot of truckers that watch, and it's vitally important to keep up with the weather for you guys. So I'm here for you. Long as you're coming in to watch, I'm going to be here telling the weather. It's my job. I'm the YouTube weatherman. Can't believe it, but it's true. Rocks, thank you so much. Says thoughts on the storms in North Chattanooga. Oh boy, the Chattanoogans are pouring in. I feel like this area of the world is probably where the channel is most popular. From, I would say probably this area right here. I feel like that is where most people watch this channel. Now, obviously, we have a lot of people from all over the country that watch. But for some reason, I feel like anytime weather affects this area, buddy, these people are on it. Chattanooga. You are not under a tornado watch right now, okay, in Chattanooga. However, you are under a flash flood watch. You're under a lot of other, dangerous situations that can unfold overnight. I think that these severe storms are going to kind of fizzle out before they get to you, but they're not going to fizzle out in the sense that they won't be there. They're still going to be intense with heavy rain, small hail, strong, wind gusts, but everything will be just slightly below severe limits. However, these storms are going to train over the area over and over again, and we might see some flooding problems. And we know in Chattanooga there is this is a flood-prone area, especially in the valleys out here. Okay, so just be ready for that. I think the flooding threat's going to be your main threat tonight, and that goes for everybody in this general vicinity right here, all the way up into Athens, Tennessee, Dunlap, Tennessee, south of Knoxville, maybe even into Knoxville, as these storms continue to go to the east. And look at that. That is a curly. That's a curly Q on the bottom of that there in Vernon, okay, south of Vernon in Alabama. We'll have to keep a very close eye on that if it's got rotation. The biggest and beefiest supercell we have, though, is going through North Carrollton, or getting ready to go through North Carrollton right here in a minute. And we're watching it extremely closely, because it also has some rotation on it. It also has some rotation on it. Let's see here. Baked Gaming says, I've been watching for about a year now, and I absolutely love how well you cover storms. The Weather Channel should take some notes. You are a true legend, helping so many people be safe. Keep up the amazing work. Gaming, man, that's one of the nicest things anybody's ever said to me. Thank you so much for the kind words, for real. I love reading them. Also, Angie, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. It's a big deal. Thank you for all the new members today. Here's an awesome setup. You gotta love that. I mean, you have to love that, right? I love the colors. It's Jen Vlogs. Thank you for that. Westfester says, this is the most informative and go-to weather platform available. Thank you, man. Seriously. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm just, honestly, I'm just doing what I love right now. Like, this is a dream job for me. I love watching the weather. I've always wanted to, you know, obviously I studied meteorology. Ever since I was a little kid, that's what I wanted to do. Wanted to be the weatherman. I did work in the TV industry for a little while. Didn't like it. Okay, I did a lot of things. I worked out in the field, cameraman, helped out in the weather center, did the whole green screen deal. Just didn't like it, man. It wasn't for me. I didn't like the TV world. So I'm glad that this worked. Never in a million years did I think that you could just, you know, you could just do the YouTube thing as a weather person. I didn't know people would watch. But man, it has worked out really well, and I am tickled to death. I'm tickled to death with this, and I'm here for the long haul. So please consider subscribing to the channel if you like what I do, if you think this is valuable. This is it. This is what I'm doing. This is, like, I don't have any plans of you know, doing anything else other than, you know, focusing on this and making this the most valuable and you know, resourceful information feed for people who are looking for information on severe weather that exists. I'm not worried about dollars, not worried about corporate sponsors, not worried about this, not worried about that. The only thing that matters to me is making what you see right now better and more informative and just an overall better experience. And especially, you know, during those really bad storms, like, you know, like we saw on December 10th with that Mayfield tornado, I want to make sure that the people who have chosen to put their faith into me, they get the best, you know, storm coverage that you can possibly get. So thank y'all for all the support, for real. Caleb said there's a little bit more rotation in that Huntsville storm. If there's anything there, I'll have it on my camera. So we do have a weather analyst out there in the Huntsville area, I reckon. Hey, looky there. There is a little bit more rotation there. Tiny bit. Or is that outdated? No, that's up to date. So yeah, if there's anything that shows up here with this storm, we will have a camera angle for that. Make sure somebody hollers at me when that comes through. Oh boy. You can never have too many screens, is what I say. You can never ever have too many screens. Looks like there is still a very good hail core with that too. Just south and west of Hazel Green, moving into Moores Hill and New Market. You guys, I'd put the cars in the garage if I lived over there. Some decent hail falling with that for sure. I'm just waiting on the next radar update. In the meantime, I'm just browsing through Twitter, looking for storm reports, weather reports, pictures and stuff. But this is cool too. Once again, love the setup. Love it, guys. There's so many people who have storm tracking setups. Man, I'm telling you, the information relay stream here is crazy. We have thousands and thousands of people who are, you know, helping. You know, I mean, you guys are helping, right? If you're watching the radar, if you're a part of our Discord server, if you're, you know, in chat here, you guys are part of this too. It's not just me. There's a lot of people that make this such a useful experience. So I appreciate every single one of you. I really do. Let's see here. I've had little luck finding a good app for weather updates on the road. YouTube is great at telling me when you're live, however. I like that. I like that. The YouTube app, it's free. Oh, I already showed that. Clint, thank you for the 10. Cornbread, love your username. Thank you for becoming a high-risk member. Fishing with Big Mike's been a high risker for 8 months. He says, Ryan, you're awesome. Keep up the great work. William says, what about the Mardi Gras weekend in Southeast Louisiana? I know you're busy with the live storm action, but it would be greatly appreciated. We have about 60,000 visitors Saturday in our small community. You know what? I have really neglected Louisiana. I'll be the first to admit that here, because I don't think they're going to be getting the bigger impacts from this storm or the upcoming storms. But this upcoming storm is going to affect Louisiana a little bit. So let me show you the weather models. Let me show you the forecast going forward there. There is where you need to keep your eye on if you're looking at Louisiana, the New Orleans area specifically. We're dry and warm all the way up until around 4 a.m. on Friday, where we could have some storms come through or just some general rain showers. And then it gets kind of cold, okay? We're going to cool down a little bit late Friday into Saturday, okay? So that might impact you a little bit with that. However, when I say cold, I don't think we're talking about bone-chilling temperatures. However, it is certainly going to be a lot cooler than what it has been there at 7 p.m. On Saturday. It's only going to be, I believe, around 48 to 52 degrees in the New Orleans area. So, you know, today, for example, you know, you're up in the 70s. For the past little bit, you've been up in the 70s. Tomorrow, you will also be up in the upper 70s. And then, there we go. Saturday, Friday, and Saturday. Now it's cold. That's just how it works. I can't control the weather. I can just tell it to you. Thanks for the support, man. Is Reed still down? Oh, he is, isn't he? And then Vince is in Spruce Pine. Or Russellville. That's where he is now. Russellville, yeah. Oh, and I think we have a new nadir warning. We have a new nadir warning. Just went out now. And that's for that storm north of Huntsville, too. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Madison County and Alabama. All right, let's zoom in here. Who's our guy? We got a guy here, right, that had a camera for us. I need that link again. All right, let's come in here and go back over to the radar. And look here at Hazel Green and New Market. That's where that new warning was just issued. Once again, north of Huntsville. This does not include the town of Huntsville. This is north of Huntsville. And this is what we're looking at here with a little bit of rotation. Not looking like a whole lot. So there was some, right? So you see right there, right before it crossed the road near Hazel Green, we had some rotation pop up here. Might have been a brief funnel cloud. And then things have kind of died down a little bit. So I still want you in your safe spots if you're in Newmarket or Plevna. If I'm in Newmarket or Plevna, I want you in your safe spot. However, that that really brief rotation has kind of subsided. So we'll see if anything picks back up. But right now, this is just a precautionary nadir warning. Just, get ready to take shelter, or go ahead and take shelter, but stay with me, and I'll tell you when to come out, which shouldn't be too far from now. Sage and Stone Homestead, member for 3 months. Extreme Risker. Tell Miss Hall we love and appreciate her too. Oh, Sage. Oh my goodness. I know who you are. Can I show a little bit of your video live on stream? Do you care if I do that? Obviously, we'll direct people to your channel. But I've been meaning to try to watch that with these guys for a while, but I never got to ask you. There's an interesting setup. I like it. Big screen. What is this? Okay, that's a smaller screen, but vertical. I like it. This is Flory Does Stuff. I recognize that name too. He's been around for a while. Here's the fog. Here's the fog in eastern Toronto. So we do have fog in eastern Toronto. He said, "I'm sorry to tag you again, but I just want to show you. I want to show some love to Canada. Love it." Somebody said you should make your own weather app. I'm thinking about it.
Ryan, Sage and Stone says it's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Frank. Let's see here. Thanks for all you do, Ryan. Eric, thank you so much. Oh, Will's Wild Weather. Howdy, Ryan. You're truly an inspiration, especially for people like me who love the weather. Keep loving weather, man. It's awesome. Can Rogersville go to bed? Let's see here. 9:25. Wanting to go to bed already, huh? You gonna leave us this early? Rogersville. Okay, so here's the deal in Rogersville. You got a big storm coming through right now. You got another one coming right after that. Okay, there is a little bit of rotation in these storms. You are still under a tornado watch, but I would say I would go to bed as long as I have some way of getting warnings, and then also. If I'm in a flood-prone area, know that more than likely we are going to be having some, flooding problems tonight. So use that information as you will, and go to bed or don't. Whatever you want to do. Hey, Sarah, this is the storm system north of Huntsville from a few miles south of Moore's Mill. Wind and rain is starting to pick up. All right, thank you for that. I think there was a really brief spin up with this storm, but it has since dissipated. However, you know, there could be another one that pops up anytime. So I want everybody in their safe spots still. From Hazel Green to Plevna, all the way into Newmarket, okay? I'll let you know when it's time to come out. Hey, this is Storm Chaser Vince's baby. Watching some Ryan Hall, y'all, before bed. And watching Vince. Now you're watching Vince. And you're watching Vince. And you're watching Ryan Hall, y'all. It's a Vinceception. Hey, thanks for sending that in. Always enjoy hearing from Nikki. There's another good one. Love the triple monitor setup. Very clean. Oh my goodness. Very cool. You know what? Like, there are a lot of people out there that have a lot of screens. If there's anything I've learned from doing this in front of so many people, is that a lot of people have a lot of screens. I should turn my ticker on, Riley. Hey, ask Riley if he's able to keep it going for a little while longer. It's okay if it freezes every once in a while. I don't know if my messages are going through to you or not, Frank. But we did get a report here from Hazel Green in Alabama. Gumball-sized hail reported in Hazel Green. So apparently we are having some internet issues across the country. It says all fiber in the country is experiencing bandwidth issues. Are you guys still seeing my stream okay? Is everything looking all right? Hey, there we go. Smart man with the NOAA weather radio and the home weather station. Man, we got so much cool stuff coming out with our merch store. By the way, if you guys didn't know, we are starting a merch store. It's called shopryanhall.com. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to have t-shirts, we're going to have stuff like that, and we're putting a big chunk of the money that we raise from that into a fund to help people that are impacted by tornadoes and hurricanes and bad weather events, right? So the idea is you guys buy the merch, you get cool shirts, you get cool products, we stack up the money, and let's say, I give Vince a credit card. Big hailstorm in Moore's Meal tonight, all right? Somebody's windshield gets busted out that he meets at the gas station or whatever. They're strapped for cash. We got you, buddy. The Ryan Hall, y'all, storm seekers, the helping hands, this helping storm hands got you. That's the idea behind it in my mind. Also, after a huge event like a big tornado going through a community or something, we can make one large donation to whatever thing that's going on there, or we could have Reed and Vince themselves load up some U-Hauls with supplies. That's the overall idea. So yeah, I think what you can do. Man, they're going to kill me if this isn't ready yet. So I think what you can do is you can go to shopryanhallyall.com right now. It's still under construction, but if you sign up, you'll get notified the moment things go live. And I've got an idea. Like we're not getting like an unlimited amount of this stuff. It's going to be limited. So I think that it's going to go away kind of quick. So if you're interested in that, for that first initial drop or whatever, go sign up for that so you know when it comes out. And then, of course, once we get an idea of how much interest there is in this, then we'll order more and we'll have more on hand. But the reason I brought that up is because one of the things that we're working on is not just T-shirts, not just stuff like that. We are also working on getting weather radios and stuff like that in our store at a good price for you guys. Built in a way that works really well. There's a lot of the weather radios out there that need a big time technology upgrade, in my opinion. So we're working on something that you guys might be able to use. When I say, make sure you have some way of getting warnings tonight, we're going to try to make sure we can make that happen for you. Sheila, thank you for that. DJ, thanks for upgrading to a high-risk member. That's super, super awesome of you. Michelle, thank you for becoming a high-risker as well. Samir says, your channel is the best. Well, Samir, your comment is the best. Is there going to be stickers? Oh, yeah, there's going to be stickers. There's going to be stickers. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, you're like, what are we doing talking about stickers? We are watching a tornado-warned storm in Newmarket, Plevna, but it's not really that. It doesn't look like there's much of a tornado going on right now. Okay? So there is a strong storm with hail, 1 inch in diameter, and possibly some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But I think that the tornado warning will be allowed to expire before too long. We also got a report of trees and power lines down with a possible tornado there in the southern Hazel Green area, okay, in Madison County, Alabama. There's another good setup there. Hey, Burner the Hippo, man, thank you so much for becoming an official sponsor, guys. Everybody say, to Burner the Hippo, everybody say thank you so much, because if it wasn't for people like him, like seriously, this would be a lot more difficult to pull off. That's a huge commitment. Thank you so much, Burner. Kevin says, I love me some more stickers. I can't wait till the store opens. I gotta grab me a Nader mug. Yeah, we're gonna have it all, man. Now I'm doing it the complicated way. The reason I have all the designs ready, I have all the stuff ready, and like you guys know that I could just put this on some sort of website that slaps the designs on a shirt in China or somewhere and then ships them to you. You get them 2 weeks later, and they're decent quality, and it's fine, because the main reason you bought it was to support the cause, right? But me personally, I just like doing things the complicated way. So we've got our own little warehouse space. We've got our own local company here printing the shirts. Everything's made, sourced, and done right here in Appalachia, in America. We've been able to hire some people from the local area, which I live in rural Kentucky. We really need jobs. So that's why it's taken long. That's why it's taken a long time. I could have had this stuff out a while ago, but I'm trying to do it the complicated way. I want it to be helpful. I don't like the idea of just sticking my name on something and having people buy it to make more money. As good of an idea as that is, I could, it probably would work pretty well if I just slapped it on Printful or not, any sort of, system like that. But that's just not my goal with it. Let's see here. Still watching that big supercell. Back here in Mississippi, heading up towards Winona, Duck Hill. All right, you gotta be watching that closely because that's gonna be packing some huge hail. That's gonna be packing some big time damaging wind gusts. All right, well, I'm gonna keep an eye on that storm as well. Up here in North Alabama, but they did allow that tornado warning to expire. Okay, so that storm is actually past Winona now. I was wondering, like, when I looked at that, I was like, man, that's got to be old. Is it old? Let me refresh this. This is why we like Radar Omega and our most used app here. Everything updates seamlessly, without any problems, without any lag. Yeah, so that storm's past Winona now. I thought that looked awfully familiar. I was like, man, that storm ain't moved hardly at all. Oh, boy. Okay, so this is what the current radar situation looks like out here. My goodness, let's check in our chasers. We got a pretty strong storm heading towards Russellville here, which is, I think, where our chasers are. Yeah. Russellville, Reed, and Vince. So Reed's right there in Russellville. Vince is a little bit off to the north. Okay, so I'm going to take this, and we'll start looking down towards Russellville. And, okay, so here's the... Let me do this thing again. Russellville, Littleville. All right. Okay, so this is where our storm chasers are relative to the storm. It would probably be better to have them next to the reflectivity, wouldn't it? There we go. Okay, so there is Vince
Brian,
and Reed, and they are right in front of the storm. It's going good, man. How are you doing? Is your stream down right now?
Yeah, it's down right now. I'm actually at Papa John's right now in the parking lot just south of Florence here waiting on a pizza, and then I'm going to fire it up once again. Saw some pretty good lightning strikes just to the north of town, but feels extremely stable here right now. It's 64 degrees on the Dominator 4 thermometer down in Florence, and I think just round after round after round of storms, rain-cooled air. Definitely seems like it's pushed the favorable thermodynamics way down near the I-20 corridor, maybe even further south than that. But definitely seeing some decent lightning in the horizon, probably positively charged lightning.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like the main thing with that storm that's coming into where you guys are is going to be the winds and the lightning and stuff. But yeah, as soon as you get that pizza, fire it up and do a little storm chasing mukbang for us. Eating live on stream and chasing storms, man. That's going to be a game changer. Mukbang.
That sounds great. I've got a Thin Crust Deluxe coming up. I'll fire up the live here in a couple of minutes and then punch right into the storm just off to the north. Definitely does have that elevated mesocyclone up there. A little bit of storm relative inflow. It is 64 degrees in the inflow, so the tornado threat, not sure how robust it is, but definitely non-zero if it does drill down. But I'm going to head north toward Littleville, fire up the stream here in about 2 minutes, and punch into this thing.
All right, sounds good. So we've got Vince and Reed both in the direct path this storm.
I think I'll go live on Facebook and YouTube for this one.
I'm trying to line up their locations with the radar. That way we can get a good idea of exactly how close they are. There we go. You guys, does it make sense what I'm doing here? Like, there's their locations. There's Russellville. There it is on the radar. I haven't figured out a way to just get them on the radar just yet. I will figure that out. Yeah, so that's where they are. They're really close to the front of the storm. So let's get an update from Vince as well. Hey, Vince, how's it looking out there? Looks like a pretty strong storm's coming your way. A little bit of an elevated mezzo, some strong winds on the front side. I just talked to Reed. He said it feels kind of stable out there, though. Okay, it says it's 64 degrees where he is, and he's pretty close to you.
I've got 62.
62.
So we'll call it 63 right in between. I'm just sitting here in the U-Haul parking lot waiting for the storm to come over. I think I'm right in the path to get cored by it, so see if it's got any hail or anything with it. After this, I'm probably going to point the ship west for the night. Maybe cover that snow tomorrow, or the ice rather.
Man, I thought I had time to make another video. We might have to go live again tomorrow. Are you guys liking the live streams? I know some of you are missing the regular morning videos. I know that those are a little bit more consumable. It's easier to kind of just get all the information you need from that, 15 minutes. But in these situations like these past couple of days, man, if I would have made a video this morning about the threat tonight, things would have changed so much, and it just wouldn't have made a lot of sense, in my opinion, to do it that way. So it just makes more sense to do lives. I'll probably do another live tomorrow. Because that's going to be the easiest way to keep track of all this. That supercell in northern Alabama appears to be trying to wrap up once again east of Newmarket. Let's go back up here to Sweet Home, Alabama. And yeah, buddy. Man, it's so quick. It's so quick how fast this happens. Like, these little areas of rotation do come together, likely producing very small, very quick funnel clouds and maybe even brief tornadoes. But yeah, it just kind of goes away right after that. So we'll continue to watch that too. There's no severe thunderstorm warning, no tornado warning or anything over here between Newmarket and High Top. But we're gonna watch it closely. This is a part of the storm that is heading towards Chattanooga. By the way, I know we got a lot of people from Chattanooga watching. We're going to have some very strong storms move in and a big flooding threat unfolding before us here before too long. So stay tuned. We're going to keep you updated on that. Hey. Hey, give us a pizza shot before you take off. I got him too late, I think.
Okay, one sec. Gotta turn on I don't have a light in the interior of that Dominator 4. 1 sec. Are you on Facebook?
Yeah, we're watching through Facebook right now. You don't have to do it until you get a chance. I was just kind of playing around. But just whenever you do get a shot, we'd like to see it. He is working hard to get us a pizza shot, guys. Everybody, everybody screenshot this right now and send it to Reed on Twitter. Freak him out. Blow up his notifications. We want him to know that we really appreciate this. God, that does look good. That does look good, though. Like, wow. What was that? Papa John's in Russellville, Alabama, killing it. I don't think our Papa John's does that well. By the way, guys, there are currently no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings, no nothing, pretty much. We are just looking at some flash flood warnings
All right,
in
here we
Tennessee.
go. We're going to turn on the defrost. Got the pizza in the passenger seat.
Oh, boy.
We're dominating.
Oh, man, Papa John's on point today. Look at here. We also got...
Degrees. I wonder if there's any hail up in this. Probably not. Given that the lap rates that might not have been incredibly favorable out here. I think I just passed Vince. Just past Vince on the right. Just past Vince.
Did he just pass Vince? Oh, yeah, he did. Just past Vince.
Can I go back and give Vince a slice or no?
Let me ask him. I'll ask him if he wants one. Hey, man, you hungry?
Yeah, I've got your audio on in the background, and apparently Reed went down there and got himself a pizza. It must be nice to have time to eat while you're storm chasing and all that.
All right. I'd bug him and have you come, have him give you a piece, man. He just drove by you not too long ago. Oh, I'm talking to Reed right now. That was supposed to go to Vince. I'd bug him and have him give you a piece of pizza, man, because he just drove by you. Didn't even think about you, man.
That's all right, and next time I won't share my pizza with him.
Oh, boy. It's fun getting to work with these guys, especially when the things are not very, intense. It's fun. We can have fun with this stuff, too. It doesn't all have to be serious and sad.
Headed up north of that moderate risk, the flood threat, maybe Chattanooga, trying to line up where those vans are going to stream tonight. Wondering if someone's going to get some potentially dangerous flooding, but maybe not. Maybe the storms are a little too anemic and those vans are too transitory.
I think that the area just north of Huntsville and Chattanooga, like the area between Huntsville and Chattanooga, just about, 30 miles to the north, is probably pretty primed for some significant flooding. They've already received a lot of rain. Some of those places are already under flash flood warnings, and we have some more of this banding to go over. So, and I've also got people sending in reports and pictures of some of those creeks and streams already overflowing.
They're probably going to squeeze out all the moisture they have stored up in there. Also, that plateau up there, is that the southern edge of the Cumberland Plateau? Kind of that high area there to the east of Nashville? Might also be some orographic enhancement there, I wonder.
Yeah, the boundary that's promoting the formation of these storms is also starting to really slow down, too. So you can almost see how the storms are not only, progressing from the southwest to the north and east, but there's new ones forming on the southern side and then launching up into the field where the heavy rain is falling. And it's just kind of like happening over and over and over again for a lot of these places. So Yeah, I certainly think that that's there's something going to happen down there. I don't know if it'll be terrifically like widespread, but somebody's going to end up with way too much rain tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I think it probably is going to take a little bit of unluck, or the opposite of luck, to have one of those bands just train over the same area. I may head off to the northeast from Florence and head toward that zone between Lawrenceburg and Chattanooga and try to scout out some of those floods. But I'm also thinking about heading up toward the ice storm tomorrow morning, Wednesday, Thursday, up in the Ozarks.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What do you guys think? Where do you guys think Reed should go? Should he attempt to go after the floods, or should he go ahead and position himself for the ice storm tomorrow? By the way, if you're like, wait, what? Ice storm tomorrow? I just tuned in. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Precipitation, composite reflectivity type, NAM 3K. Let's go. Time and dates above my head. Man, that's going to be up to you, but I'm just going to say my chat is overwhelmingly supporting the positioning for the ice storm tomorrow.
Alrighty, that is good to know. That's probably what I'll be doing then. I'll wake up early. I'm only about a couple hours east of the winter storm warning, but I'm thinking somewhere in the heart of the Ozarks. I mean, definitely an inch of ice caked on those trees is probably going to be a recipe for big problems.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm probably doing... I'm going to be live tomorrow, guys. I'm going to be live tomorrow for another stream. Tomorrow's might be pretty long, actually. Let's see here. I'll probably
We'll also do a little crystal quartz dig up there, maybe on Mount Ida, right on the southern periphery of the winter weather advisory there, just in the southern gradient of that winter storm warning. I wonder if this pure freezing rain is going to be focused along the very southern edge of the winter storm warning, maybe more sleet a little further north, but also that higher terrain might kind of nose up into the warm nose a little bit, maybe more freezing rain in the Ozarks.
Everything I'm seeing right now tells me that this is like a much thicker warm nose than what we've seen in any of these previous ice events that we've had over the past month or so. So both the freezing rain area and the sleet area is going to be much larger, and it looks to me like the freezing rain is also going to be in the more southern area, but also it's going to pretty much take up the entire central width of Arkansas, for example, as far as the overall size and scope of it. So yeah, this is what we're looking at, guys. The purple's freezing rain tomorrow. Time and dates above my head.
Wow. Yeah, it sure sounds like I got to head west to intercept this ice storm in the Ozarks and maybe find a world record of quartz crystal down there near Mount Ida.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Quartz anywhere in the world found there in Mount Ida, that uplift zone in the Ozarks.
I have no clue what a quartz crystal is, but I am so happy that Reed Timmons is excited about it.
Immense.
Please say. You guys got to teach me about these quartz crystals because I have no clue. Anyways, what did he say there? Hold on. I lost him.
That's all right.
Oh, never mind.
Wow.
Okay. I didn't. I just did not receive that last message. Okay. Anyways, 5 p.m. 5 p.m. tomorrow. We're talking about heavy freezing rain falling in Texas, southeastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and then of course into Missouri, Illinois, and Kentucky as well. Portions of Tennessee as well. Yeah, I'm very interested in the quartz crystals. Seriously, guys, fill me in. Fill me on what he's talking about, and then maybe if things are kind of quiet early tomorrow, we'll start the stream early and we'll do some quartz chasing with Reed Timmer. I don't know what I can do. I don't know what I can do to help in that, but you know.
We can't tell you about the quartz crystals because you got to be there. You're not in the crystal collector club. I'm sorry. Maybe we can get you in.
I would love to join. It sounds incredibly fun and interesting.
All right, I'll talk to Reed. We'll have to get you initiated into the club. You'd be a great addition.
Oh man, thank you, Vince. I would be honored to be a part of the quartz digging club. I'm assuming it's some sort of rock that can be made into a countertop, because that's the only way I know of quartz. Also, it got something to do with watches, right? I'm all about the sky. Okay, I'm all about the sky. I don't think about the ground too much. But maybe I got to start thinking about the ground more. I don't know. Times are changing. There's NFTs and Bitcoin, quartz crystals. Like everything's going crazy out there. Anyways, also an ice storm is very likely out here from Texas all the way up into the Ohio River Valley. This is also going to extend into Kentucky and into Ohio, more than likely. Portions of West Virginia, all the way up into Pennsylvania, late on a Thursday into Friday. This is the total progression of this storm. And then we're going to have a big-time snowstorm up here in New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Never stop quartzing. That is what we're looking at, guys. This is looking worse and worse. Honestly, like every time a new model run comes out, it looks more significant and more significant. All right, let's look at the ice totals. Okay. Steph, my wife just texted me and said, people tumble those like the rock tumbler you got me. Yeah, I got her a rock tumbler. It makes rocks look cool if you put them in there for a long time. Oh, she has some out in the garage, actually. So I'm going to learn all about quartz crystals tonight. Let's see here. Freezing rain total. Okay, so here's a look at some of the potential freezing rain totals, some ice accumulation totals down here in Oklahoma, Arkansas, into portions of Missouri, West Tennessee, and Western Kentucky. Some places could see more than an inch. More than an inch of freezing rain, which is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Could cause power outages that last 1 to 5 days. Yep, that's right. 1 to 5 days. But you got to think that this isn't going to happen all tomorrow. We're gonna see quite a bit of that ice accumulation tomorrow. But also, this is going to be going through Thursday. This is going to be going into Friday. So, if there's any big fluctuations in temperature over here, let's say you get a total of 1.5 inches of ice. But like maybe a 1/2 inch of that melts during this duration. You only got 1 inch that's actually on the the power lines. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, just because this model says 1.5 inches of ice or 1 or 2 inches of ice or whatever it is, doesn't mean that's actually how much is going to stick. But the thing is when it starts showing, stuff like that, also you gotta pay attention to it, and it is milk and bread time, I do believe. It is milk and bread time, I do believe. So go to, obviously, if you're in the South, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's time to get the milk and bread. 'Cause seriously, like, power's going to go out. You might be not snowed in, but iced in for a couple of days. Let me zoom in. Yeah, I'll zoom in. That's no problem. We come back to the models. U.S. Let's specifically look at Arkansas. Once again, this is where the heaviest axis of precipitation is expected to fall. Get with this model. All right, there are more than one model. Let's look at the latest HRRR. Oh boy. Pretty much the same area. But this is, this is a little bit dramatic. This is showing some places getting 3 inches of ice. That would be the worst case scenario. That would be like a literal catastrophe that you would remember for the rest of your life if there was 3 inches of ice that fell anywhere. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think the worst case scenario is going to be this, 1/2 inch to 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inches of ice for a lot of people. But right here in central Arkansas, southeastern Oklahoma, and of course northeastern Texas around Denton, all the way up to Sherman, north of Dallas there, that's going to be an interesting time for y'all. So make sure you're ready for that. And then, of course, also, we have to look at the East Coast. Actually, the HRRR doesn't go out that far, so we have to go back to the NAM 3K. And look at that. So there you go. Heavy ice all the way through Kentucky. A lot of Ohio is getting in on the ice. And then, of course, down here into portions of Pennsylvania and Virginia as well. You guys are going to be getting some of this ice. But if you're east of this line, it's still too far out for us to nail down anything. Now, if you're west of this line and you're in the pink or the dark pink, it's milk and bread time. If you're in the middle, tune in tomorrow. That's my forecast diagram for you. I do think that Ohio and a lot of this area is going to get impacted by ice, but the exact totals we still got to work out. Remember, this is starting tomorrow way down in Texas, and it's going to last all the way through Friday, or Saturday. So some of you guys won't actually end up with your totals until Saturday, which is still several days away. I think Reed has noticed all of his notifications blowing up there with the pizza pics. He's starting to reply to some. So yeah, that's the next big thing that we're going to be talking about tomorrow. Once again, I will be going live tomorrow. Probably starting early. No, probably starting late. Let me think on this for a second. 10 to 1. Oh, yeah, by the way, there is snow as well. It's not going to be that big of a deal back here, like in Missouri up through Ohio. But I do think we're going to see some pretty significant snow up here in New England. I'll talk more about that tomorrow as well. But the main thing here is going to be ice. This isn't a huge snowstorm for a lot of the Ohio Valley. The main thing is going to be ice for sure. Ryan Hall, y'all, 2 days in a row. 3 days in a row, actually. Hey, quartz. This is some quartz crystals. Right? Right? Love it. First rule of Quartz Crystal Club is don't talk about Quartz Crystal Club. This is what a quartz crystal looks like. Here, I need you guys to retweet this. That's very cool, man. If I found one of them in the ground or something, I'd be pretty stoked about that, I guess. God, how many people how many of you guys have these? What? By the way, we do have one. Somebody just asked if there was any severe weather. That we do have one severe thunderstorm warning over here towards Russellville. That's the storm that Reed and Vince just went through. So that's the only severe thunderstorm warning we have right now. We're going to turn this probably into a flash flood coverage kind of thing as we go later on into the night. So if you're down here and if you're experiencing flash flooding in Alabama or Tennessee, please start sending us your videos and pictures. We're going to cover that pretty intensely as we prepare for tomorrow. Quartz rocks. All right, here's another one. Y'all should tag Reed in these too. He would get a kick out of it, I think. Okay, here's some flooding in Tullahoma. Once again, already seeing some flooding there in Tullahoma, Tennessee. This is an area that is currently under a flash flood warning. I think you guys are going to get more. I think you're going to get more flooding as the night goes on, okay? So please be aware of that. It could only get worse from here. Riley says, remember, Ryan Hall doesn't see quartz crystals because he's 6'4" and the ground is too far away. That's it, man. My head's always up in the clouds. That's why I like weather so much. Yes, it is possible that we see thunder sleet, and thunder freezing rain tomorrow. That's going to be a big thing that's going on out there. My wife said that would make sense why your short wife likes the rocks better than the clouds. Yeah. Yeah, Steph's like, I don't know. How tall are you, Steph? Not as Tall as me. There's another good setup. Carly, do we have anything in viewer submissions that's new and noteworthy? Man, I'm seriously like impressed by the amount of people who have quartz crystals just laying around their houses.
We have a couple cute animal pictures.
We got a few animal pictures. Okay, let's take a look at them. Viewer submissions. If you want to send in pictures or videos, you can send them in to pics@ryanhallyall. pics@ryanhallyall.com. Here we go. Look at this. We got Laura from Laura in Tennessee. We got the doggo watching the stream there on the iPad, it looks like. Or looking at Radar Omega. There we go. There we go. Jacob D's dog. He's got it figured out. He's got it figured out. Oh, man. He's got the milk and bread ready to go. I love that. That's awesome. I need to post that. I need to post that on Facebook or something. And then here's that snowbow from earlier over there in Michigan. So thank y'all for sending in your pictures. And obviously that's going to be a big deal tomorrow, I think. We'll do a live stream on the ice storm, and we'll be needing a lot of you guys to send in your pictures and videos of the the ice and stuff as it's falling. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow and you continue to send in your reports. Once again, it's part of what makes the world go round here on the Ryan Hall Y'all stream. Brandy Bradford, I'm just now seeing your super generous contribution there. It says pizza for next time. Pizza for next time. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for that. I know I missed a bunch of those. I'm going to go back and read them. Hey, we hit 401,000 subscribers. Very exciting yesterday when we hit 400,000 subscribers live on stream. Thank you guys so much for hitting that subscribe button, hitting the like button, and all that good stuff. What am I doing right now? Yeah, I forgot what I was doing. I got distracted by this area of inflow going into this storm south and east of Town Creek. Reed is no longer live? Okay. Reed is no longer live, but Vince Welty is there. We'll keep him up. Where is Vince in relative to this storm? Okay, I don't think he'd be able to catch up with it. But that's the storm that just went by Vince there. It does look like it's starting to curl up just a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see if that one does anything. We're going to watch it very closely. Reading super chats. That's what I was going to do. Thank you. I knew somebody in the chat was going to be able to help me there. Supers. I think this is how I do it. Yeah. Stephanie says the Ozarks have awesome genealogy. Drive safely, Reed. Yeah. So that's why he's so excited about the quartz crystals. Let's see here. Brandy Bradford says, I appreciate y'all going live. Stay safe. Brandy with a pizza for next time. Amber says, thank you for everything. Your warnings come through before I even hear them on TV. Any thoughts on the storms rolling into Alabama after midnight? I think the severe weather threat is going to diminish. Certainly, the tornado threat is going to diminish from right now on. Okay, so we might have a couple more tornadoes, especially in northern Alabama and northeastern Alabama. These places that we're looking at right now. But I think that for the most part, the storm or the storms will drastically decrease in their intensity the later we get into the night. But still, flash flooding is going to be a big deal, and you are still under a tornado watch. So the possibility is still there for some naders as we go later on into the night. But things are winding down. Which was a part of the forecast. This is around the time around the beginning of the stream when I said things would probably start winding down. However, there's always that last one that tries to do something. So we're going to watch this one right here as it heads towards Hillsboro, Athens, Decatur, and Tanner. Sorry. Going to watch that closely. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Jackson. Says, great job with keeping everyone up to date. Samir says, your channel is the best. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the support, for real. Jason says, thank you from Central Illinois. Thank you. Just thanking everybody today. Yeah, Vince is close to Muscle Shoals. We'll pull him up full. Oh yeah, Steph says she's 5'4". So I'm 6'4", she's 5'4". I'm not tired. Oh, here's a picture from the weather wife, by the way. She's downstairs. This is why I'm not in chat. She's doing this. These diamond paintings. This is like what she does all evening while I'm up here talking about the weather. They're really cool. I'm trying to get her to do one of a supercell, of like a thunderstorm, a supercell. But she's doing a wolf right now, it looks like, in the galaxy or something. Very cool. Once again, there is currently a severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence, Limestone, and Morgan counties, and then also flash flood warnings. That's in Alabama, and then also flash flood warnings in Franklin, Lauderdale, and Moore counties in Alabama and Tennessee. So we're kind of just switching. We're kind of talking about the flash flooding. We're watching this storm here. If this doesn't produce a tornado or go more rotational, we'll switch our coverage over to, kind of focusing on this big flooding event that's unfolding. And then we'll talk about that for a little bit. And then we will do one last round of forecasting for tomorrow. And then I'm probably going to call it tonight, or I'm going to call it a night. And I will, of course, see you tomorrow. Still waiting on the storms in Chattanooga. Yeah, storms are still a little bit off to your west. Is that current? I think it is. Yeah, so the storms are still back off to your west there in Chattanooga, but they are coming. They're coming in hot. And they're strong, too. And the thing is the longer it takes them to get to you, the more significant the flooding is going to be up there to your north. What time is my stream tomorrow? That is a good question. What time is the stream tomorrow? Let's figure that out together. You guys are also, not only are you a part of the reporting, you're a part of the community, you're a part of the live conversation, you're a part of getting the warnings out, you're also a part of me scheduling the live stream. Let's do it together, y'all. That first big band of Thunder Sleet is really tempting. Because I know we got a bunch of storm chasers that are going to be on our team tomorrow that are in Oklahoma. And man, I would love to see some Thunder Sleet. However, I would also like to sleep in a little bit. Start the stream later when the more intense ice starts, maybe around 3 or 4. Start forecasting, start going over all the impacts, kind of do some fun stuff. And then really go maybe from like 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. No, maybe 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. I don't know. I'll figure it out tomorrow. It's certainly not going to be early. I would like to be here for the Thunder Sleep, but I don't think that's impactful. It would certainly be entertaining, but I don't think that's as impactful. So I want to use the stream for the biggest impact and to be able to help people and guide them through where the heaviest icing bands are setting up as they go up through this region is going to be what my main goal is. So probably 3 or 4 p.m. is what I'll start tomorrow Eastern. And we'll go, I mean, as long as you guys want to watch, we'll go probably 12 hours on that. So once again, the severe weather threat is, diminishing right now. And kind of we're talking about the forecast for tomorrow and all that stuff. Also, during downtime tomorrow, we will continue to talk about the forecast for the Northeast, which does include a lot more snow than what the Midwest and the Ohio Valley is going to get. Yeah, this storm over here towards Huntsville is very interesting for sure. We're going to keep watching it very closely. As of right now, no nadir threat, no nadir warning. That's really the only reason why I'm trying to keep this going is I want to watch this. I don't want to end the stream and then all of a sudden there's a tornado warning that pops up with it. If they do decide to issue one, I'll be here to call that out. But this would impact some of the places that were just impacted not too long ago from that other storm that we were watching up here near Athens. Kyle says 1 year ago. Who's Ryan Hall, y'all? One year later, half of America watching Ryan Hall, y'all, instead of the news. Yeah, it has been very, very rapid growth here on the channel. Very excited about the growth and the amount of people we've been able to help out. Alexandria says, hello all the way from Australia. Wow. How's the weather down under? I really don't know. I sometimes I would know the answer to that question. I usually try to keep up with everywhere, but I don't know anything about Australia right now. I haven't been paying attention. Someone record the Thunder Sleep for Ryan, and we will be here for the stream. I love it. 500,000 subscribers is the next milestone for sure. Oh yeah, we were gonna watch. Okay, before we end the stream, I do want to watch that video from Sage because I think that's a really good way of showing why we like, why we like doing this, why this is helpful.
Hey Ryan, real quick.
What's up?
There's a storm down there southwest of Russellville. I just got a message was showing some increased rotation on radar and just wants severe warned. My radar is not updating. Are you, due to a dead zone, are you able to confirm or deny that southwest of Russellville?
Let me get a different angle on that. I can confirm it. There's certainly something going on there. The rotational couplet is a little bit obstructed by some, I don't know if it's just noise or just general, interference. But there's certainly something going on, and it does resemble a hook on the bottom. Nothing crazy. It's nothing that screams tornado to me right now, but the next frame could be a lot different. I'll keep you updated.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so we're going to watch that storm for him. And then while we wait and see if any of these go nadir warned, I want to show you this. After this ad plays. Wow, this has 200,000 views. This has 200,000 views. I did not know that. Wow. Okay, so this is a very interesting video. Apparently it has 200,000 views on YouTube. This is called Inside Our Tornado Shelter During a Narrow Miss. Western Kentucky Tornado Outbreak at Ryan Hall, y'all. So when I first saw this, I think it was, obviously it was a month or two ago. I think this had like nowhere near 200,000 views. But this is from Sage and Stone Homestead. I've been saying Sage and Homestead, I think. Sage and Stone Homestead on YouTube. They've got 4.44K subscribers. Let's get them to 4.45. Okay, but anyways, I want to show you guys this because I think a lot of you have seen it. Maybe, but if you haven't, I think it's compelling. And it really reminds you of how intense that night was during the December 10th tornado outbreak.
That's a strong tornado. Once again, you can see the correlation coefficient drop there south and west of Lafayette. This looks like it's also floating a little bit further north than what we originally thought. It's kind of...
By the way, this is a very nice, very, very nice storm shelter. Like I love this. I want one of these.
Kind of getting caught up in its own inflow there and moving a little bit further north. So I would watch out if I'm in Lafayette. I would watch out. Okay, it looked originally like maybe this would go off to your south, but now I'm thinking maybe not. Okay, so if you're in Lafayette there, right past the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, you gotta go. You gotta go get in your safe spot right now.
Lafayette is this big.
Not even. It's population.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. We don't leave out anyone. Small communities, big cities. We're here talking about it. Doesn't matter to me. And also, I was very impressed with the calmness of the kids.
Once again, there's been so many tornadoes, it's been impossible to keep up. This has been one of the most prolific tornado situations I've ever seen. The tornado is just now crossing over the border, it just now became a Kentuckian, okay? It was in Tennessee, and now it's in Kentucky. It's screaming up towards Lafayette. I mentioned that it looked like it was going to go towards Lafayette about 20 minutes ago or something. So hopefully everybody in Lafayette got in their safe spot. Angels Road, okay? So if you live down here, you know what Angels Road is, okay? It's that road that parallels the Kentucky-Tennessee border.
I remember the first time that I watched this, how crazy it must be to hear something like, you know, if you live in a pretty rural area and there's something called Angels Road that only the local people around you know what that is, because, you know, hardly anybody drives on that or whatever. I don't know if that's the case with that road specifically, but if you hear that and somebody's talking to, you know, 20,000 people or whatever about the most significant tornado of the day or whatever, that's got to be pretty riveting or pretty nerve-wracking. So it's just an interesting perspective. I never experienced what we do here from this side.
That's their house. Is on that.
Izzy's house? Whose house? Izzy's house?
This is a big farm district, farm region, before you get into the greater Fort Campbell area. All right? So
I do not want to sleep inside.
that's fine.
I was too scared to sleep
All right, I'm
inside.
going to turn back around
Was too
now.
scared.
You like it here?
Yeah.
So it's going to be it's getting ready to get rough. It is getting ready to get rough out there, as that is a mean area of rotation, and hopefully we do.
He mentioned their street that's a mile away.
This is the stuff that could be directly impacted by a large, violent, damaging tornado imminently. Okay, this is not. We're not talking about an hour.
Still decent rotation, nothing crazy.
We're talking about.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they warn it.
Please take shelter now.
All right, I may make my way back that way, just in case.
So I'll leave the rest of it. If you guys want to finish this, please go to their channel and subscribe. But they talk about how, you know, they talk about a lot of stuff, and it's a good video. Thankfully, they got missed. Their property got missed, but there was a lot of damage just down the road from them. And yeah, I just thought that was a really captivating video, and that's awesome. It's got 200,000 views. Thank you for posting that, Sage, and thank you for letting me show it here on the channel. I think it's once again a reminder of why we do what we do, and that's once again an awesome storm shelter. I think everybody should have one of those. This is the area of rotation that we're looking at. It's once again, it's not crazy, but it's something. It's something down here in near Hodges. Near Hodges in Alabama. Just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but that severe thunderstorm is producing big hail, certainly. Yeah, they were lucky. They were lucky. But the thing is even if they had, you know, taken a direct hit, man, it would have, I mean, they would have been fine, you know. They would have lost some of their property, and obviously that's bad. But with a tornado shelter like that, you're okay. You know what I mean? Like if you're underground, you're going to be fine. Obviously, still there's a big risk to your property, but you know that's not in a situation like that. That's not the most important thing. I still got people sending me. Pictures of quartz crystals. I love it.
Got a couple more pictures up in the website if you want to check it out.
Okay, thank you, Carly. First thing I see is a quartz crystal. Quartz clusters dug out from Kevin. Hey, thank you for sending that in. Another awesome setup, a quadruple monitor setup, it looks like, with a little weather station up there, maybe. Gotta love it. Thank you, Jerry. Hey, there's a good cat picture from Nathan M. And then we seen that one earlier. If you want to send in your pictures, that's storm reports, whatever it is, doesn't matter to me. You can send it to pics@ryanhallyall.com, and we'll post it on the site there. It's not public yet, but we're eventually going to have this public to where you guys' pictures will be up there forever. Speaking of the website, you can also read our weather blog. Okay, so this has not been updated in a little while. Because it only gets updated whenever I post a normal video, because the blog is based off of the video. But I think you guys would be interested in this. Okay, so in the future, if you ever want to read about the forecast rather than watch me give it on YouTube, just maybe if that just works better that day or whatever, you can go to ryanhallyall.com/blog and read the blog there. Carly is also the one that does that, and she does an incredible job of converting my videos, all the information into a readable format. I certainly can't write. I can't, like, I can sit here and talk all day long, but I couldn't formulate my opinions into written word like that, at least in a way that is as good as the video. So that works out pretty good. And then also, if you didn't catch earlier, we do have the store now. Okay, shopryanhall.com. It's under construction right now. There's nothing ready yet. But if you come over here and you sign up, you will get notified the second we release our first initial limited drop that will not be there forever. Okay, so get ready for that. It's all for a good cause. Is there a way to send a video other than email or social media? You could download it onto a DVD and mail it to me. No, I honestly don't know. I don't think so, right? Or am I just having a brain fart here? I don't think that there would be another way. Do you think this winter storm will trend more southern? I don't. I think that we're pretty locked in on the path here. Now, it could shift a little bit more southern or a little bit more northern, but for the most part, it won't. Somebody said you could create a Discord channel for photos. We have one, and I believe that counts as social media. Oh yeah, also, since we're doing shout outs and stuff, I wanted to do this again. If you go over to my channel and you scroll down to the bottom, you can see other cool channels. Okay, so I have a shorts channel. So I post short videos, like TikTok style videos here on the shorts channel. And then also I have a Ryan Hall Y'all Clips channel, which is really cool. We're taking small pieces of the live streams and turning them into videos. Like we've got that live tornado intercept with Reed Timmer the other day on here. We've got that, artistic drawing that I did that's explaining freezing rain, which a lot of you guys should probably watch that if you didn't see that and you're expecting freezing rain in the future. And then we got this one. This has already got 100,000 views. The moment Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by that massive EF4 tornado. And then, my snowman ratings and all. We're going to add a lot more content here. So make sure you go subscribe to these channels as well. down here on the bottom of my main channel. Also, Reed Timmers down there if you want to subscribe to him, and of course Storm Chaser Vince Welty, and the newest member of the team, Carly Anna WX, the one that does the blog, the one that you've heard her voice come over a couple times. Great YouTube channel here. She just crossed over 2,000 subscribers. Does documentary style videos over past tornadoes. Okay, so like here's one she did for East Asian tornadoes. She did one on the Bridge Creek Moore tornado of 1999, the 2011 super outbreak, Haukelberg, Phil Campbell. Great stuff. Go subscribe to all of those channels if you want to. Obviously, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Currently, no tornado warnings, guys. We're watching this one. We're watching it closely, but I'm not seeing anything crazy. Looks like Vince is staying put too, so he must have decided that that's the best move as well. Yeah, we're gonna hit 500,000 soon, I think. Not tonight, probably, but soon, certainly. We did hit 1,700 members today. Wow, that's honestly crazy. I don't know how many channels have a membership base that high, but I'd say we rank pretty high on that. This is the biggest weather nerd community in existence, or weather enthusiast community in existence, I should say, or weather weenie, whatever you want to call yourself. Super fun. Yeah, we're looking at Alabama currently. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur, Alabama, Madison, Alabama, and Harvest, Alabama until 10:15. Here's the graphical information on that. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning. This is a pretty populated area. 194,000 people in the path of this storm. That is going to bring 60-mile-an-hour winds into Trinity, Decatur, Tanner, and Madison. Along 565 and 65 there, 72 all the way up through a lot of these places that were impacted earlier by some of these strong storms south of Athens. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. We'll watch it with this radar here. And we do have a camera that points in the general direction there, and that we'll check in with every once in a while. Look at the temperature, though. Temperature's 59.9 degrees here. So the temperature has dropped significantly after that boundary has moved through. Strong flooding. Big-time flooding threat. Unfolding now in Tennessee, I believe. Hey, Steph, if you're still watching, Autumn is also doing the diamond paintings. Look at that. Very cool. It's your new best friend. This is awesome. I hurt my wrist coloring listening to you, dude. Well, this looks really good, man. It was worth it. I like that. Doug says, first time. I love a rainy night. I love to hear the thunder and watch the lightning as it lights up the sky. Me too, man. I'm a huge lover of storms. I mean, I'm such a big weather geek, man. Like ever since I was a little kid, I've loved storms. I've always rooted them on. Even like I can remember being a really, young kid and like hoping for storms. I loved any time that there was a chance for severe weather, and the more severe, the better. Even if it was, for my area, I just loved it. I wished for it every day. And I still have that passion. I still have that energy, I guess, for severe weather, but I don't necessarily root it on anymore because I've seen what it can actually do. I've seen the impact that it can have. I've seen that it's, even though it is a beautiful thing, I think personally, tornadoes and severe thunderstorms and stuff, like from a scientific and enthusiast perspective, it's also, of course, there's a lot of sadness and just bad stuff that comes from it. But yeah, I personally love a good thunderstorm myself, especially them garden variety ones. Katie says, what's the sleet and ice update for the Texas DFW area? Thank you for the support. We'll check on that for you right now. Zooming in to Texas. And let's go. All right, so sleet. Sleet is going to start around 8 or 9 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, is that a song? That was song lyrics? Yeah, I've never heard that song, I don't think. So here's the sleet moving into DFW around 7 or 8 a.m. Things are going to kind of get pretty heavy around 11, but things start to calm down a little bit after that. Things really start to pick up for Dallas around Thursday, February 24th, around 3 a.m. Okay, so that's when things are really going to start to pick up. Where you're going to see the heavier freezing rain showers, and you're going to see the majority of that ice accumulation if you do get any. Okay, so that's what I'm thinking there. So it starts tomorrow. It's not going to be that bad tomorrow, but it really starts to ramp up on Thursday, early in the morning, and then continues to ramp up all the way until 2 or 3 p.m. on Thursday when it moves out finally. And I do believe you're going to get some ice accumulation out there in the DFW area. It's not going to be the hardest hit area by any means, but looks to me like a glaze, a glaze of ice all the way up to potentially a tenth of an inch according to the NAM model. However, let's see what the HRRR is showing. HRRR, let me go out to 0Z. Same thing, pretty much. A glaze of ice, but maybe up to a quarter of an inch of ice. So pretty much, up to a quarter of an inch of ice is possible there in the DFW region. And what does that mean? Let's come over here and I'll show you what it means. Once again, if you get less than a quarter of an inch of ice and you don't have very bad winds, which I don't think we will, there's a minimal risk of any damage. There's no need to worry about that. However, tomorrow I do think that some of yous will be getting a tenth of an inch up to a quarter of an inch, and that's going to mean some isolated utility interruptions, that could last for a few hours, and roads and bridges could be slick and dangerous. Places off to your north and east in Oklahoma and Arkansas could be talking about this. Numerous utility interruptions, though, with some damage to main feeder lines, and outages could last up to 5 days. 5 days without power. I've done it before. It sucks. Oh, yeah. Watching this area of increased rotation approach Phil Campbell. I don't know if anything's going to happen with this. We've been watching these little suspicious areas all day. And none of them have been able to do anything, which is a good sign. But we're going to keep an eye on it, man. We're going to keep an eye on it. I've got to stream tomorrow, so I'm trying to just stay up a little bit later and then maybe sleep in a little bit and then start that stream tomorrow later so that I can extend the coverage later on into the night, because I think that's when the heaviest part of the storm will be hitting. Yins say yins in East Kentucky. Yeah, we say yins and y'all and Ewans. What do we say in Eastern Kentucky? Sometimes we say bulls. Like if I'm referring to a group of men or even a group of women, I would say, hey, bulls. I wouldn't most of the time, but some people do. Hey, bulls, how you doing? I guess that's kind of like boys, right? So there's a lot of ways to greet a group of people. In Eastern Kentucky, you got y'all, yins, ewans, bulls. What's up with the Storm Seeker? Nothing much. It's doing pretty good. It's all fixed up. We got all of our upgrades installed in it. Just waiting on a better time to take it out. I'm going to wait on one more frame here from this radar, and if I don't see anything else fishy down here, I'm probably going to call it a night. All y'all. Somebody said, do you film in your basement? No, I film in my house. In like actually the top floor. The second, there's not that many floors. I'm upstairs, okay? In my room, which I refer to as the storm seeking situation room. This is where I'm sitting right now. This big monitor up here usually shows warnings, and it's also where I kind of keep up with the radio feeds and stuff. This monitor over here is where I always keep the radar, so that's why you see me looking over here a lot, talking to or analyzing the radar. This is the main monitor. This is where I have my regular web browser and chat, and also the software that we use to talk to the chasers and Carly and Frank. And then over here on this monitor, I have OBS, the production software. I have the map with Vince and Reed and all of our chasers, and I have Discord. This is the camera right there. And these computers over here don't do much, honestly. But they do serve a purpose as to kind of filter some of the information as it goes through. This computer behind me, which you can see here, is actually where we pull our video feeds from our chasers. And actually, there's a ghost that's working this computer. There's somebody else in this room with me right now that's working this computer. And if he can hear me right now, he should move this window, Vince's window. He should move it around on the screen to prove that I'm not crazy. All right. So whenever we update the feeds, whenever we update the live streams and stuff. Oh, you see the cursor moving around back there? Whenever we do that stuff, I used to have to do it a lot. And it would take up a lot of my bandwidth, and it would take away from me looking at the radar and stuff. But now we hired an actual ghost who is, look, no hands. There's an actual ghost that works for me here that sits behind me during the entire stream and operates that computer back there and picks up the feeds. And then that computer is tied into this computer, which then allows us to, cast all the streams. Yeah, the ghost names is Frank. Oh man. But yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah, I like the blue light too. It's just my natural state, man. We have these lights in pretty much every room in the house. And man, if Steph would let me, I'd just have them all blue all the time. I just like the way it looks. I like it better than yellow. Ugh, you know what I mean? Take a look at the Athens storm real quick. Yeah, I'll do that for you, man. Oops. Oh, that's what we're looking at right now. There is a storm going through Athens, but it's not anything crazy, just some heavy rain. But there is a severe thunderstorm heading towards Athens right now, and that's down here. It's closer to Russellville right now. We'll keep that up. We'll keep that up. And Vince, if you're listening to me, you can shut her down if you need to. I'm just kind of goofing off at this point. We're going to end the stream here soon. But yeah, I can control the lights from the little control center that I have. I can turn them off, and then I can turn them back on. I can also control them with an app. I can turn them red. I can turn them to tropical twilight. Ooh, I like that one. Arctic aurora. Love it. Energize. Woo! You're supposed to turn them on in the morning. It really wakes you up. Wow. No joke though. Concentrate. This is for reading. Here's the nightlight. Spring blossom. And then just regular. See, I don't like the yellow, man. I'm keeping her on blue. Hey, Jean, thank you so much for becoming a moderate risker. The blue's better. Yeah, I like the blue. It looks better. It feels better. It is better. Man, I can't stop. I can't stop like thinking that this thing is going to be trying to produce rotation. Every time it doesn't, though. Is your room cooled with those monitors? Yes, it is. So if you've been a long time viewer, you remembered some of the first streams that I did. I sat here and literally poured sweat. I'm not joking. You can ask the people. I was sweating. And it was because, first of all, it was in the summer and the spring. And all of these monitors made it like 85 degrees in here, maybe even a little bit hotter. And, you know, in a stressful situation with like tornado warnings and stuff, sometimes I would actually sweat. But we installed a window unit in this room. And it works pretty good. We have to open a window or use that window unit even when it's like 20 degrees outside. I remember I came up here to make a video one morning, and it was 20 degrees outside, and I turned on all the monitors, and it took me a little bit longer than usual. And it was 20 degrees outside. The heat was not set on, I think the heat was like on 70 or something like that, and it got up to 78 in here just from the heat from the monitors. Like, it's crazy. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, we do have ghost number 2. We have ghost number 2. My bad. We do have ghost number 2, who is controlling our ticker down there. And also the new graphics that pop up when we have tornado warnings and stuff. So thank you, ghost number 2. We see you. We see you down there. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. I usually don't read my own ticker. The stream is haunted, yeah, for sure.
There is a new important weather update.
There you go. There's our ghost. He just kicked that off for us to show us what I'm talking about. So yeah, you know, for a long time it was just me. Now we got all kinds of ghosts helping us out. So, you know, in the future, in a stressful situation where there's a lot of stuff going on, and sometimes I get a little bit overwhelmed, and maybe I miss something, it's not going to happen anymore. Not with the help of Casper, Frank, and Riley, the friendly ghosts. All right. So I'm going to end it. I'm going to end this stream. Thank you all for tuning in. This went a little bit longer than what I thought it was going to. Our ghosts do have to sleep at some point, because we are going to be streaming again tomorrow, okay? I've done multiple updates on the forecast for this upcoming ice storm. I know a lot of you guys are asking me to do it again. I'm not going to do that, but you can scroll backwards in the video here and go watch those updates that I did. Also, this will live forever on my channel, so you'll always be able to come back and watch it. You can watch it later tonight if you don't have time to right now. You can watch it early in the morning. But the thing is I will be back tomorrow with another live stream. Guys, you're still under a tornado watch. Up here in northern Alabama. Okay, so Huntsville, you got a very strong storm coming towards you there in Huntsville. Okay, this does have a little bit of curl to it, so that it might become tornadic. Okay, it's not right now, so keep an eye out for that. Even if it doesn't, though, you're going to get big hail. And you are going to get some gusty winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. Okay, so keep that in mind. And everybody in the tornado watch can be weather aware tonight, and everyone else can go to sleep. Go to sleep. Like me. Huge shout out to all of our moderators. Huge shout out to our ghosts. Huge shout out to all of our weather analysts. Huge shout out to all of our new members, all of our subscribers, all of our moderators. I think I already said that. Shout out to the Weather Wife. Shout out to Reed Timmer, Vince Welty, and everybody. Okay, couldn't do it without all of you. This is a thing now. It's a whole operation. So I'm gonna sign off here. And I will see y'all tomorrow for a very long and hopefully very informative live stream talking about this ice storm, this very dangerous ice storm that's coming up, okay? All right.